Chapter 1. The Fortress of Fear, 1066 or 1100. You think you know the Tower of London? Think again. Forget the guided tours with their sanitised histories and cheerful beefeater guards spinning tales for tourists clutching cameras. Forget the crown jewels glittering behind bulletproof glass, distracting visitors from the real treasures buried beneath centuries of carefully crafted myth. The Tower, you think you know, that postcard-perfect fortress by the Thames, is nothing more than a beautiful lie, a monument to collective amnesia. Welcome back to the Bedside Historian, where we explore the darkest corners of human history that textbooks dare not venture into. I'm your host, and tonight we're diving deep into a story so horrifying, so systematically evil, that it will fundamentally change how you view civilization itself. If you're new to our channel, we specialize in the untold stories of history's most disturbing chapters, the psychological horror behind humanity's darkest institutions, the systematic evil that shaped our world, and the terrifying truths hidden beneath the sanitized versions of history you learned in school. Before we begin tonight's journey into the abyss, please hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell. These stories take enormous research and preparation, and your support helps us continue uncovering the hidden truths that powerful institutions would prefer remain buried. Now, dim the lights, settle in, and prepare yourself for a story that will haunt your dreams and change forever how you see the Tower of London, and perhaps civilization itself. Tonight's tale: The Tower of London, Royal Horrors and Hidden Truths. The real Tower of London is a cancer on the landscape of human decency, a fortress built not just to defend a kingdom, but to break the very souls of those who dared oppose it. For nearly 1,000 years this place has been England's heart of darkness, where royal blood flowed as freely as Thames water, where screams echoed through chambers designed specifically to amplify human suffering, and where the concept of mercy went to die. This is not a story about British heritage or architectural marvels. This is a story about systematic evil, about how power corrupts so completely that torture becomes art, murder becomes policy, and cruelty becomes tradition. This is the story they don't want you to know, because once you truly understand what happened within these walls, you'll never look at the monarchy, at power, at civilization itself, the same way again. Welcome to the real Tower of London. Try not to scream. The Birth of a Nightmare, William's Vision of Terror. October 14th, 1066, Hastings. Harold Godwinson lies dead on a blood-soaked field, an arrow through his eye, and with him dies the last gasp of Anglo-Saxon England. William of Normandy, soon to be called the Conqueror, though the Butcher might have been more accurate, stands victorious over a kingdom that views him as nothing more than a foreign invader, and he knows it. William understands something that lesser conquerors never grasp. Fear is more effective than love, terror more lasting than respect. You don't hold a hostile population through kindness, you hold it through the absolute certainty that resistance means annihilation. And so, as he surveys his new kingdom from the ashes of Hastings, William begins planning something unprecedented in its calculated malevolence. A fortress that would serve not just as a military stronghold, but as a psychological weapon of mass destruction. The Tower of London would be his masterpiece of intimidation, but first, he had to break London itself. The citizens of London, safely behind their walls, initially refused to surrender to this Norman upstart. They had wealth, they had numbers, they had the natural defences of the Thames. What they didn't have was an understanding of William's particular brand of patient, methodical cruelty. While they debated and delayed, William began his campaign of systematic terror across the English countryside. He didn't just defeat his enemies, he erased them. Entire villages were put to the torch, families were slaughtered down to the last child, crops were salted so nothing would grow for years. The historical records, sanitized as they are, still speak of the harrying of the north, a campaign of genocide so complete that parts of Yorkshire remained uninhabited for decades. But this was just William's opening statement. The real message would be written in stone and mortar, blood and screams, right in the heart of London itself. By December 1066, London's resistance had crumbled. Not because William had defeated them militarily, but because they finally understood what kind of monster they were dealing with. The city gates opened not in welcome, but in the desperate hope that submission might spare them the fate that had befallen every other settlement that had dared oppose the Norman war machine. William entered London like a plague given human form, and immediately began construction of 3 fortresses to ring the city. But the eastern fortress, the one that would grow into the Tower of London, was special. This wasn't just about military strategy. This was about creating a monument to absolute power, a building that would whisper to every Londoner every day for centuries to come. Remember what happens to those who oppose us. The architecture of absolute power. The location William chose for his fortress reveals everything about his psychological warfare strategy. He didn't place it on a hill overlooking the city like a traditional castle. He didn't hide it away in some remote corner where it could be forgotten. Instead, he built it right at the heart of London's commercial district, where the River Thames bent closest to the city walls, where every merchant, every tradesman, every citizen conducting daily business would have to see it, smell it, hear the screams emanating from within. This was no accident. This was deliberate psychological terrorism. The initial wooden fortifications went up with unprecedented speed. Within months of the conquest, there was already a fortress casting its shadow over London's eastern approach. But wood rots, wood burns, wood can be torn down by angry mobs. William wanted something permanent, something that would outlast him and his heirs, something that would stand as an eternal reminder of Norman supremacy long after the last Saxon rebel had been fed to the ravens. And so began construction of the White Tower, the central keep that would form the heart of the complex, and the first purpose-built structure designed not just to withstand siege, but to break human spirits. The very stones were chosen for their psychological impact. The Caen limestone, imported from Normandy at enormous expense, gleamed white against London's grey sky like a massive bone picked clean by scavengers. But this wasn't mere aesthetic choice, it was a deliberate statement. Every stone that went into the tower's construction was paid for with English silver, mined by English hands, transported by English labour, all under the whips of Norman overseers. The tower was built not just on English soil, but from English suffering, and William made sure everyone knew it. The dimensions of the White Tower tell their own story of intimidation. At roughly 90 feet in height, it towered over every other structure in medieval London visible from miles away. But height alone wasn't enough. The walls were built between 11 and 15 feet thick, not because William feared invasion, he was the invader, but because he wanted every Londoner to understand that this fortress was utterly, completely, permanently invincible. More insidious still was the tower's internal design. Most castles of the period were built for defence, with narrow corridors that would bottleneck attackers and small rooms that could be easily defended. The White Tower was different. Its corridors were wide enough for processions of prisoners. Its chambers were spacious enough for elaborate tortures. Its walls were thick enough to muffle screams from the outside world while amplifying them within, creating an echo chamber of human misery that would drive victims mad long before their bodies finally gave out. This wasn't a fortress. It was a factory for producing terror. The sacred and the profane, St. John's Chapel. Perhaps the most obscene aspect of William's design was his decision to include a chapel within the White Tower itself. St. John's Chapel, built on the second floor of the keep, has been praised by architectural historians as one of the finest examples of Norman ecclesiastical design in England. What they rarely mention is the chapel's true purpose in William's grand design of psychological warfare. The chapel wasn't built for worship, it was built for irony. Imagine being dragged from the tower's dungeons, your body broken by weeks of torture, your mind shattered by isolation and despair, only to be forced to confess your sins in this beautiful sacred space before being dragged back down to suffer further agonies. Imagine dying slowly in a cell directly beneath the altar where Mass was being celebrated, listening to prayers for salvation while your own salvation was being systematically destroyed by your captors. This was William's masterstroke, turning Christianity itself into an instrument of torture. By placing a chapel at the heart of his fortress of suffering, he wasn't just attacking his enemies' bodies and minds, but their very souls. He was teaching them that God himself had abandoned them, that their suffering was not just political but cosmic, that there was no appeal to divine justice, because divine justice was on the side of their tormentors. The chapel served another, even more twisted purpose. It allowed the tower's operators to maintain the fiction that they were good Christian men. They could torture prisoners all day, then attend evening mass in the same building, receiving communion while the screams of their victims echoed through the floors below. It was the perfect system for compartmentalizing evil, moral absolution on demand, administered in the same building where that absolution was rendered meaningless by systematic cruelty. Even the architectural details support this reading. The chapel's acoustics are nearly perfect, designed so that prayers and hymns would carry clearly throughout the tower's upper levels, but sound travels both ways, and those same acoustics would ensure that the sounds of suffering from the lower levels would drift up during services, a constant reminder to both prisoners and guards of the tower's true purpose. The labourers of agony, building the nightmare. The construction of the White Tower took nearly 20 years, from roughly 1078 to 1100, and every day of those 2 decades was soaked in human misery. The workforce wasn't just labourers, it was a carefully orchestrated system of enslavement designed to break the English spirit as thoroughly as the finished building would break English bodies. Norman overseers, trained in the management of human cattle, drove English workers with a brutality that shocked even medieval chroniclers. The working day lasted from dawn to dusk, 7 days a week, with breaks allowed only for the most basic human necessities. Workers who collapsed from exhaustion were left where they fell. Replacements were always available from London's increasingly desperate population. The mortality rate among construction workers was staggering. Modern estimates suggest that for every stone laid in the White Tower's foundation, at least 1 English worker died. Cave-ins, falls, crushing injuries from the massive stones, exhaustion, malnutrition, disease. Death stalked the construction site like a faithful hound. And still the work continued, because William had made it clear that the tower would be completed regardless of the human cost. But the physical deaths were only part of the story. The tower's construction served as a form of psychological warfare against London's entire population. Every day, citizens could see their neighbours and relatives disappearing into the construction crews, could hear the sounds of suffering echoing from the work site, could smell the stench of death and injury carried on the Thames breeze. The message was unmistakable. This is what happens when you resist Norman authority. This is what resistance costs. The Norman architects and engineers overseeing the construction brought with them techniques learned from castle building across the continent, but they adapted these techniques specifically for the tower's unique purpose as an instrument of terror. The dungeons were designed not just to hold prisoners, but to break them. The walls were built with deliberate imperfections that would weep moisture in certain weather, creating an atmosphere of constant, inescapable dampness that would ensure prisoners died slowly of consumption and pneumonia. Most horrifically, the tower's design incorporated what can only be called acoustic torture, chambers and corridors positioned so that screams from one area would echo and reverberate through others, ensuring that no prisoner could escape the sound of suffering, that every individual's agony would become part of a collective symphony of despair. The economics of evil, paying for the nightmare. The Tower of London was expensive, perhaps the most expensive construction project in 11th century England. The Caen limestone alone cost a fortune to quarry, transport across the Channel, and haul through London's narrow streets to the construction site. The skilled Norman craftsmen commanded high wages. The elaborate internal fittings, the weapons, the torture devices custom made by the finest blacksmiths, all of it required enormous capital investment, and every penny came from English pockets. William's taxation system for funding the tower was itself a form of psychological warfare. Rather than simply demanding a lump sum from London's treasury, he imposed a series of ongoing levies that would keep the tower's cost constantly visible to the population. There was the stone tax for the building materials, the craft tax for the skilled labour, the security tax for the garrison, and dozens of smaller imposts that touched every aspect of daily life. Citizens couldn't buy bread without being reminded that part of their payment was going toward the construction of their own prison. They couldn't trade at the markets without contributing to the wages of the men who would torture them if they stepped out of line. They couldn't even die without their families paying death duties that funded the tower's expansion. This wasn't just taxation. It was a form of psychological torture that made every Londoner complicit in their own oppression. William was forcing them to pay for the privilege of being terrorised, and the genius of the system was that resistance to the taxes was itself grounds for imprisonment in the very building those taxes were funding. The financial records that survive from this period paint a picture of a city slowly being bled dry. not just economically but spiritually. London's merchants, once proud and independent, became nervous sycophants who collaborated with their oppressors out of pure terror. The craftsmen's guilds, once bastions of English independence, transformed into Norman collaborationist organisations. The clergy, once the moral voice of the community, became willing partners in justifying the Tower's existence as God's will. By the time the White Tower neared completion, London had been transformed from a proud Saxon city into a cowering colony, and its citizens had been forced to pay for their own colonisation. The first prisoners testing the machine. Even before the White Tower was completed, William began using the partially constructed fortress to house his enemies. These early prisoners served as test subjects for the Tower's systems of psychological and physical torture, unwilling participants in a grand experiment in human degradation. The first documented prisoner was Ranulph Flambard, Bishop of Durham, imprisoned in 1100 for corruption, though his real crime was maintaining too much independence from Norman authority. Flambard's imprisonment established several precedents that would define the Tower experience for centuries to come. First, even high-ranking prisoners would be held in conditions designed to break their spirits as well as their bodies. Flambard, despite his episcopal rank, was chained in a chamber barely large enough for him to lie down, fed on scraps, and denied basic sanitation. The message was clear. No one was too important to be destroyed if they crossed Norman authority. Second, the Tower's isolation would be used as a weapon. Flambard was held incommunicado for months, denied visits from family or clergy, cut off from all news of the outside world. This wasn't just security, it was psychological warfare designed to make prisoners believe they had been forgotten, that the world had moved on without them, that their suffering was meaningless and eternal. Third, the Tower's operators would use hope itself as an instrument of torture. Flambard was repeatedly told that his release was imminent, that pardons were being prepared, that influential friends were interceding on his behalf. These false promises would be dangled before him for weeks at a time, only to be snatched away at the last moment. The goal was to keep him psychologically off balance, to prevent him from achieving the resignation that might have provided some measure of peace. Flambard eventually escaped, the first but not the last to do so, but his imprisonment served its purpose. Word of his treatment spread throughout England's remaining Saxon nobility, and the message was received: this is what happens to those who maintain too much independence. This is what Norman justice looks like. Submit completely, or suffer completely. The other early prisoners were less fortunate. Most died in custody, broken by the Tower's systematic dehumanisation. Their bodies were typically dumped in unmarked graves on Tower Green, their names deliberately forgotten, their fates serving as object lessons for anyone foolish enough to believe that Norman rule might be resisted. The garrison of darkness, the men who ran the machine. The Tower's garrison in its early years was carefully selected from William's most loyal and most ruthless followers. These weren't ordinary soldiers, they were specialists in human degradation, men who had proven their ability to inflict suffering without succumbing to inconvenient feelings of mercy or compassion. The Tower's first constable, Geoffrey de Mandeville, established operational procedures that would govern the fortress for centuries. Under his system, prisoners were not just confined, they were systematically broken down through a carefully orchestrated campaign of physical and psychological torture designed to destroy their humanity while keeping them alive as long as possible. The guards were rotated regularly to prevent them from developing sympathy for their charges. They were encouraged to view prisoners not as human beings, but as enemies of the Norman state who deserved whatever suffering they received. Most insidiously, they were taught to take pride in their work, to view the breaking of human spirits as a craft to be perfected, rather than a necessary evil to be endured. The Tower's operational manual, fragments of which survive in various Norman administrative records, reads like a handbook for systematic evil. It details not just security procedures, but specific techniques for maximising prisoner suffering, while minimising the risk of death before information could be extracted or examples made. Guards were instructed in the art of maintenance torture, inflicting just enough pain to keep prisoners in constant agony without causing injuries that might lead to rapid death. They learned to read the signs of psychological breakdown and to adjust their techniques accordingly, escalating pressure when prisoners showed signs of adaptation, backing off slightly when complete mental collapse seemed imminent. Perhaps most horrifically, the guards were taught to use prisoners' own values and beliefs against them. Religious prisoners were forced to commit acts of sacrilege. Family men were told elaborate lies about the torture and murder of their wives and children. Patriots were forced to sign confessions denouncing their homeland and pledging loyalty to Norman rule. The shadow of the Tower, London, under the Norman boot. By 1100, the White Tower stood complete, its pale stones gleaming like a massive gravestone in the heart of London. But the building itself was only part of William's achievement. More important was what he had done to the people who lived in its shadow. London in 1100 was a city of broken spirits and collaborated compromises. The proud Saxon merchants who had once defied Norman authority now competed with each other to demonstrate their loyalty to the occupying regime. The craftsmen who had once taken pride in their independence now begged for the privilege of working on tower expansion projects. The clergy who had once provided moral leadership now delivered sermons praising William's rule as divinely ordained. This wasn't just political submission, it was cultural suicide. The English had been systematically taught to view their own heritage as shameful, their own traditions as primitive, their own language as inferior. The Tower served as a constant reminder of Norman supremacy, but more than that, it served as a symbol of English inadequacy. Children growing up in the Tower's shadow learned to flinch when they heard Norman French spoken, to bow their heads when Norman officials passed, to accept without question that their role in life was to serve their conquerors. The psychological colonization was so complete that resistance began to seem not just futile but actually immoral, a betrayal of the natural order that God had established through Norman victory. The Tower had succeeded beyond William's wildest dreams. It wasn't just a fortress or a prison, it was a machine for producing compliance, a factory for manufacturing consent to oppression. And it was just getting started. The foundation of 1,000 years of horror. By the time William died in 1087, the White Tower was nearly complete, but his masterpiece of psychological warfare was just beginning its true work. The fortress he had built would outlast not just his dynasty but the entire medieval period, the Renaissance, the Industrial Revolution, 2 world wars, and the transformation of England from a conquered province into a global empire. But the Tower's essential nature would never change. For nearly 1,000 years it would remain what William designed it to be, a place where power demonstrated its absolute nature by destroying those who challenged it, where the state's capacity for evil was limited only by the imagination of those who operated its machinery of death. The techniques perfected in those early years, the use of hope as a weapon, the systematic destruction of human dignity, the transformation of religion into an instrument of torture, the careful calibration of suffering to maximize psychological impact, would be refined and developed by successive generations of operators, but never fundamentally altered. Every prisoner who would die screaming in the Tower's chambers over the coming centuries, every innocent person who would be destroyed by state machinery, designed for maximum cruelty, every family torn apart by the Tower's particular brand of systematic evil, all of them were victims not just of their immediate captors, but of William's founding vision of power through terror. The White Tower stood complete, a monument to human evil disguised as architectural achievement. Its foundations were laid in Saxon blood, its walls mortared with English tears, its purpose defined by Norman contempt for human dignity. It was, in every sense, perfect for the role it would play in the centuries to come. And in the chambers below St. John's Chapel, in rooms designed specifically for the systematic destruction of human beings, the real work was about to begin. The Tower of London was complete. The nightmare could commence. Chapter 2. The Plantagenet. Perfection of suffering. If William the Conqueror built the Tower of London as a fortress of fear, it was the Plantagenet dynasty that transformed it into something far more sinister. A university of human suffering, where the science of breaking human beings was refined into an art form. The 12th century would see the Tower evolve from a crude instrument of Norman intimidation into a sophisticated machine for psychological and physical torture that would set the gold standard for state-sponsored cruelty for centuries to come. Henry II, the first Plantagenet king, understood something that his Norman predecessors had missed. Terror was most effective when it was systematic, predictable, and inescapable. Random violence might break individual spirits, but organised cruelty could break entire civilizations. Under Henry and his successors, the Tower would become not just a place where enemies of the crown died, but where they were methodically transformed from human beings into cautionary tales. This was the century when the Tower's reputation transcended England's borders, when foreign diplomats would pale at the mere mention of its name, when the phrase, "guest of the Tower," became synonymous with a fate worse than death. This was when the Tower stopped being just a fortress and became an institution, a permanent feature of English governance that would outlast dynasties, religions, and political systems. The Plantagenets didn't just use the Tower, they perfected it. The architect of agony, Henry II's systematic approach. Henry II ascended to the English throne in 1154 with a problem that would have challenged any monarch. How do you rule an empire that stretches from Scotland to the Pyrenees when every province contains populations that view you as a foreign occupier? Henry's solution was characteristically Plantagenet in its brutal efficiency. He would make resistance so systematically, predictably horrible that rebellion would become literally unthinkable. The Tower of London would be his laboratory for this grand experiment in psychological warfare. Henry's first innovation was the establishment of what he called the Register of Enemies, a comprehensive catalogue of everyone in his dominions who posed even the slightest threat to royal authority. This wasn't just a list of active rebels, it included merchants who traded too independently, clergy who showed insufficient deference, nobles who maintained private armies, scholars who asked inconvenient questions, and citizens who had been heard expressing nostalgia for the old days before Norman rule. The register was constantly updated by a network of informants that reached into every tavern, every monastery, every noble household in England. Servants reported on their masters, priests reported on their parishioners, children were encouraged to report on their parents. The genius of the system was that it made every conversation potentially treasonous, every private thought potentially fatal. But Henry's real innovation wasn't the surveillance, it was what he did with the information. Rather than arresting everyone on the register immediately, he created a system of graduated terror that would maximize the psychological impact of each arrest. Names would be called from the register in carefully planned sequences, designed to create maximum uncertainty and fear among the surviving population. A merchant might live for years knowing he was on the register, never knowing when the Tower's guards would come for him, watching friends and colleagues disappear into the fortress one by one, until the psychological torture of waiting became almost unbearable. When the arrest finally came, it would be almost a relief, until the victim discovered that the real torture was just beginning, the expansion of evil, new towers, new torments. Henry II wasn't content with William's original White Tower. Starting in 1189, he began a massive expansion of the complex that would continue under his successors, Richard III and John, transforming the tower from a single imposing keep into a sprawling complex of interconnected buildings, each designed for a specific aspect of the systematic destruction of human beings. The Bell Tower, completed around 1190, was designed specifically for high-value prisoners who required special attention. Its chambers were larger than those in the White Tower, but this wasn't a mercy. The extra space was needed for the elaborate torture devices that Henry's engineers had developed. The Bell Tower's basement contained what were euphemistically called examination rooms, chambers designed with specific acoustic properties that would amplify screams to precise frequencies calculated to maximize psychological impact on both the victim and other prisoners within earshot. The Beauchamp Tower, begun under Richard I and completed under John, served as the tower's archive of suffering, a repository where the physical evidence of torture was carefully preserved and displayed. Prisoners held in the Beauchamp Tower were forced to carve their names and final words into the stone walls, creating a permanent record of their agony that would serve as a warning to future prisoners. These carvings weren't spontaneous expressions of despair, they were carefully orchestrated psychological operations designed to break the spirits of new arrivals. Most sinister of all was the construction of what the guards euphemistically called the teaching chambers, a series of interconnected rooms beneath the expanded complex where prisoners were held in conditions designed to demonstrate the absolute futility of resistance. These chambers were arranged so that prisoners could hear each other's suffering but never see each other, creating an atmosphere of shared agony and mutual helplessness that drove victims mad long before their bodies finally gave out. The expansion wasn't just about creating more space for prisoners, it was about creating a more efficient system for breaking human beings. The new construction incorporated lessons learned from decades of experience in psychological torture, with improvements in everything from ventilation systems, designed to carry sounds of suffering throughout the complex, to drainage systems, designed to handle the inevitable byproducts of systematic torture. The science of suffering, torture as technology. The Plantagenet period saw the development of what can only be called a scientific approach to torture. Henry II and his successors weren't content with the crude methods of their Norman predecessors. They wanted torture to be efficient, effective, and above all, educational. The Tower became a centre of innovation in the technology of human suffering, where new techniques were developed, tested, and refined before being exported to other royal prisons throughout the Plantagenet Empire. The most famous product of this research and development program was the rack, first installed in the Tower around 1180. But the rack wasn't just a torture device, it was a masterpiece of psychological engineering. The machine's design ensured that the victim's suffering would be gradual, predictable, and completely under the control of the operators. More importantly, the rack's operation was deliberately theatrical, designed to be as psychologically traumatic for observers as it was physically traumatic for the victim. Prisoners were often forced to watch each other being tortured on the rack before their own turn came, a practice that served multiple purposes. It provided detailed information about what awaited them, maximizing anticipatory terror. It demonstrated the futility of resistance. No one, regardless of their strength or courage, could withstand the rack's methodical destruction of the human body, and it created a sense of complicity among the prisoners themselves as they were forced to become unwilling witnesses to each other's destruction. But the rack was just the beginning. The Tower's torture chambers also featured the Scavenger's Daughter, a device designed to compress the human body into an impossibly small space, causing gradual suffocation and crushing of internal organs. Unlike the rack, which stretched the body beyond its limits, the Scavenger's Daughter compressed it, creating an entirely different category of suffering that could be applied to prisoners who had somehow adapted to other forms of torture. Perhaps most diabolical was the development of Little Ease, a chamber so small that prisoners could neither stand nor lie down, forcing them into a permanent crouch that would, over days or weeks, cause permanent damage to joints and muscles. Little Ease wasn't designed to extract information or confessions. It was designed purely to demonstrate the Crown's absolute power over the human body, its ability to make existence itself into torture. These devices weren't just tools, they were statements of royal ideology. They embodied the Plantagenet belief that the Crown's authority extended not just over subjects' actions, but over their very physical existence, their capacity to experience comfort or pain, their fundamental right to occupy space in the world. The royal torturer, a new professional class, the systematic approach to torture that characterized the Plantagenet period, required a new type of professional, specialists who understood not just how to inflict pain, but how to calibrate suffering for maximum psychological impact. Henry II established what was essentially the world's first professional torture service, with standardized training, career advancement paths, and specialized roles within the Tower's hierarchy of human degradation. The head torturer, known euphemistically as the King's Examiner, was a position of considerable importance within the royal household. The examiner wasn't just a brute with strong arms, he was expected to be a student of human psychology, capable of reading the subtle signs that indicated when a prisoner was approaching psychological breakdown, when physical torture should be escalated or reduced, when mercy might be more cruel than continued pain. The examiner oversaw a staff of specialists, each trained in specific aspects of the torture process. There were the preparers, who handled the initial physical and psychological conditioning of new prisoners, the operators, who ran the various torture devices with the precision of skilled craftsmen, the observers, who monitored prisoners for signs of permanent damage or impending death, and the maintainers, who kept prisoners alive and conscious throughout extended periods of torture. This professionalization of torture had profound implications for the Tower's effectiveness as an instrument of terror. Random violence might be shrugged off as the unfortunate result of individual sadism, but systematic torture carried out by trained professionals sent a very different message. This is what the Crown is capable of when it sets its mind to destroying you. This isn't personal, it's policy. The training program for Tower torturers was comprehensive and ongoing. New recruits were required to study anatomy, to understand exactly how much damage the human body could sustain before dying. They learned psychology, to recognize the signs of mental breakdown, and to understand how fear and pain could be used to reshape human personality. They studied theology, to understand how religious beliefs could be turned into weapons against believers. Most importantly, they learned the art of escalation, how to increase suffering gradually over time, ensuring that prisoners would always have something worse to fear, that hope could be maintained just long enough to make its eventual destruction even more devastating. The death of Thomas Becket. When the Tower's reach extended beyond its walls. The most famous victim of Henry VII's systematic approach to destroying his enemies never actually set foot in the Tower of London, but Thomas Becket's murder in Canterbury Cathedral on December 29, 1170, represents the logical extension of the Tower's philosophy of terror. Becket's death demonstrates how the systematic cruelty perfected within the Tower's walls could be exported to eliminate enemies wherever they might try to hide. Becket had been Henry's closest friend and most trusted advisor before his appointment as Archbishop of Canterbury, but friendship meant nothing when it conflicted with royal authority. When Becket began asserting the Church's independence from royal control, Henry applied the same systematic approach he used against all enemies, escalating pressure designed to break the target's will to resist. The process began with economic warfare. Royal revenues were withdrawn from Canterbury, church properties were seized, Becket's supporters were arrested and imprisoned in the Tower. When these measures failed to produce submission, Henry escalated to legal warfare, bringing charges of treason against Becket and demanding his return from exile in France to face examination in the Tower. But Becket refused to break, and his continued defiance posed a unique problem for Henry's system of terror. How do you destroy an enemy who has found sanctuary beyond your reach? Henry's solution was characteristically Plantagenet in its ruthless efficiency. If he couldn't bring Becket to the Tower, he would bring the Tower's methods to Becket. The 4 knights who murdered Becket in Canterbury Cathedral weren't acting as individuals, they were carrying out a systematic assassination that incorporated lessons learned from years of perfecting torture techniques in the Tower. Becket's murder was designed to be as psychologically traumatic as possible, not just for Becket himself, but for everyone who witnessed it or heard about it afterward. The knights didn't simply kill Becket, they systematically degraded him first, stripping him of his ecclesiastical dignity, forcing him to his knees, ensuring that his death would serve as an object lesson in the futility of resisting royal authority. The fact that the murder took place in a cathedral, the holiest space in Christendom, was itself a deliberate act of psychological warfare, demonstrating that nowhere was beyond the reach of royal vengeance. The immediate aftermath of Becket's murder reveals the systematic nature of Henry's approach to terror. Rather than expressing regret or distancing himself from the knight's actions, Henry used Becket's death as an opportunity to reinforce his message about the consequences of resistance. Becket's supporters were rounded up and imprisoned in the Tower, where many of them died under torture. His writings were declared treasonous and ordered destroyed. His memory was systematically erased from official records. Only when the Pope threatened to place all of England under interdict did Henry perform his famous penance at Becket's tomb, and even this was calculated political theatre, designed to neutralise the threat of papal retaliation while reinforcing Henry's power. The fact that he could murder an archbishop and then dictate the terms of his own forgiveness demonstrated the absolute nature of royal authority more effectively than any amount of conventional torture. The machinery of justice, legal torture, under Henry VII, one of Henry VII's most lasting innovations was the integration of torture into the English legal system itself. Previous monarchs had used torture as an instrument of political control, but Henry made it an integral part of criminal justice, creating legal precedents and institutional structures that would govern the use of torture for centuries to come. The Assize of Clarendon, promulgated in the 1166, established the legal framework for what Henry euphemistically called rigorous examination of criminal suspects. Under this system, anyone accused of serious crimes could be subjected to torture, not as punishment, but as a means of extracting confessions and identifying accomplices. The Tower became the primary facility for conducting these examinations, and its procedures became the model for similar facilities throughout Henry's empire. The legal justification for torture was characteristically sophisticated. Henry's lawyers argued that the Crown had not just the right but the duty to extract truth from criminal suspects, and that torture was simply a tool for fulfilling this legal obligation. Suspects who confessed under torture were treated as having voluntarily admitted their guilt, while those who maintained their innocence were assumed to be lying and tortured more severely. This legal framework transformed the Tower from a place of punishment into something far more sinister, a place where the law itself became an instrument of torture. Prisoners weren't just being punished for crimes they had committed, they were being tortured by the very legal system that was supposed to protect them. The psychological impact of this legal torture was devastating. It wasn't enough for Henry's subjects to avoid committing crimes, they also had to avoid being accused of crimes, because accusation itself was enough to justify torture. This created an atmosphere of constant fear that extended far beyond the Tower's walls, as citizens realised that anyone could be dragged into the Tower's chambers on the basis of mere suspicion. The Tower's legal torturers developed increasingly sophisticated techniques for extracting confessions, while maintaining the fiction that these confessions were voluntary. Prisoners were typically tortured until they agreed to sign prepared confessions, then given brief periods of rest during which they were required to confirm their guilt in the presence of legal witnesses. These voluntary confirmations were then used to justify the torture that had produced them in the first place. Perhaps most insidiously, the legal framework allowed for the torture of witnesses as well as suspects. Anyone who might have information relevant to a case could be subjected to rigorous examination to ensure they were telling the truth. This meant that testifying in legal proceedings became potentially fatal, as witnesses never knew whether their testimony would be considered satisfactory or whether they would be tortured for additional information. The economics of terror. Financing the Tower's expansion. The massive expansion of the Tower complex during the Plantagenet period required enormous financial resources, and Henry II developed innovative methods for funding his fortress of fear that would serve as models for state-sponsored terror operations for centuries to come. The most straightforward funding mechanism was the justice tax, a levy imposed on all property owners in London ostensibly to fund the administration of royal justice. In practice, this meant that every citizen was forced to contribute directly to the Tower's operations, paying for the very system that could be used to destroy them. The psychological impact of this arrangement was devastating. Citizens couldn't buy property, conduct business, or even die without contributing to their own potential torture. More subtle was the system of Tower bonds, essentially insurance policies that wealthy citizens could purchase to reduce their chances of being arrested on trumped-up charges. These bonds didn't guarantee immunity from prosecution, but they did ensure that bondholders would receive fair treatment if they were arrested, meaning they would be tortured more carefully, with greater attention to keeping them alive long enough to extract maximum information. The bond system created a tiered system of terror that reinforced existing social hierarchies while generating revenue for the Tower's operations. Poor citizens faced the full brutality of the Tower's torture chambers, while wealthy bondholders could purchase marginally less horrific treatment. This ensured that the wealthy remained invested in the existing system since they had literally purchased their place in it, while demonstrating to the poor that their suffering was a direct result of their poverty. Henry also pioneered the use of confiscation funding, seizing the property of Tower prisoners to fund the Tower's operations. This created a perverse incentive structure where the Tower's operators had direct financial motivation to arrest wealthy citizens and torture them until they died, ensuring that their property would revert to the Crown. The more successful the Tower was at destroying lives, the more resources it had to destroy additional lives. Perhaps most diabolically, Henry established what he called the Testimony Fund, a system where citizens could purchase the right to provide testimony in legal proceedings without being tortured. This meant that justice itself became a commodity, available only to those who could afford it, while poor citizens faced torture simply for agreeing to testify as witnesses. the international reputation, the Tower's growing infamy. By the end of the 12th century, the Tower of London's reputation had spread throughout Europe and beyond, becoming synonymous with a particularly English approach to systematic cruelty. Foreign diplomats wrote detailed accounts of their visits to the Tower, describing it as a place where human suffering had been elevated to an art form. The Tower's international reputation served important diplomatic purposes for the Plantagenet Empire. Potential enemies understood that capture by English forces meant almost inevitable torture and death in the Tower's chambers. This knowledge affected military strategy, diplomatic negotiations, and trade relationships throughout Europe. The Tower had become not just a prison, but a weapon of international relations. Foreign observers were particularly disturbed by the systematic nature of the Tower's operations. Other European monarchs certainly used torture, but the Tower represented something unprecedented in its scale, organisation, and efficiency. It wasn't just a place where enemies were destroyed. It was an institution dedicated to the perfection of human suffering. The Tower's techniques began to be copied by other European rulers, creating a kind of international arms race in torture technology. The rack, the scavenger's daughter, and other Tower innovations were exported throughout Europe, spreading the Plantagenet approach to systematic cruelty across the continent. But imitation could never match the original. The Tower remained unique in its combination of scale, efficiency, and sheer creative malevolence. It wasn't just about the technology of torture, it was about the systematic application of that technology within a broader framework of psychological warfare that few other institutions could match. The legacy of the long century, perfecting the machine. By 1200, the Tower of London had been transformed from William the Conqueror's crude fortress into something far more sophisticated and far more terrifying, a perfect machine for the systematic destruction of human beings. The innovations of the 12th century, the professional torturer class, the legal framework for systematic torture, the economic incentives for prisoner destruction, the architectural refinements that maximize suffering, would define the Tower's operations for centuries to come. But perhaps the most important legacy of the Plantagenet century was the normalization of systematic torture as an instrument of governance. What had once been exceptional had become routine. What had once required justification had become policy. The Tower was no longer just a place where the Crown's enemies went to die. It had become an integral part of the English system of government, as permanent and as accepted as Parliament or the Exchequer. The techniques perfected during this period would outlast not just the Plantagenet dynasty, but the entire medieval period. They would be refined and developed by successive generations of operators, adapted to new political circumstances and new categories of enemies, but never fundamentally altered. The Tower had achieved a kind of institutional immortality, becoming too useful to abandon and too profitable to reform. As the 12th century drew to a close, the Tower stood as a monument to human ingenuity applied to inhuman purposes, a testament to what could be achieved when unlimited resources, advanced technology, and systematic thinking were devoted to the perfection of cruelty. It was ready for the centuries of horror that lay ahead. The machine was complete. The real work could begin. Chapter 3. The Angevin Appetite for Destruction, 1200–1300. By the dawn of the 13th century, the Tower of London had evolved beyond its creator's darkest dreams into something that defied rational description, a living embodiment of absolute power's capacity for evil, a fortress where human suffering had been elevated from crude brutality into high art. But if the Plantagenets had perfected the science of systematic torture, it would be their Angevin successors who transformed that science into something approaching the supernatural in its capacity for horror. King John, ascending to the throne in 1199, inherited not just a kingdom but a reputation. The Tower of London was already whispered about in the darkest corners of Europe, its very name capable of reducing hardened warriors to trembling supplicants. But John understood something his predecessors had missed. Terror was a finite resource unless continuously replenished with fresh innovations in cruelty. The human spirit, he realized, possessed an unfortunate tendency to adapt even to the most horrific circumstances. What had once been unthinkably brutal could, through repetition, become merely horrible. What had once been merely horrible could, through familiarity, become almost bearable. This would not do. Not for John, whose very legitimacy as king depended on his ability to out-terrorise his competitors for the throne, not for a monarch whose empire stretched from Ireland to the Mediterranean, held together by nothing more substantial than the absolute certainty that resistance meant annihilation. The Tower would need to evolve, to become something even more monstrous than what his brother Richard and father Henry had bequeathed him. John's solution was characteristically inventive in its malevolence. If the human spirit could adapt to systematic torture, then systematic torture would need to become more systematic, more scientific, more perfectly calibrated to destroy not just bodies but souls. The Tower would become not just a place where enemies died, but where the very concept of hope was systematically murdered, where human dignity was dissected with the precision of a scholar and the enthusiasm of an artist. The 13th century would witness the Tower's transformation from a sophisticated prison into something unprecedented in human history, a factory for the industrial production of despair, where assembly line techniques would be applied to the destruction of human consciousness itself. Under John and his successors, the Tower would perfect techniques of psychological warfare so advanced, so comprehensively devastating, that they would influence the practice of state-sponsored torture for centuries to come. But John's innovations went beyond mere refinements of existing techniques. He understood that the Tower's true power lay not just in what happened within its walls, but in what people believed might happen there. The Tower needed to become more than a prison. It needed to become a legend, a mythological embodiment of royal power that would haunt the imagination of potential rebels long before they ever saw its walls. To achieve this transformation, John would need to push the boundaries of human cruelty beyond anything previously attempted. He would need to create spectacles of suffering so elaborate, so comprehensively horrifying, that they would transcend mere torture and become something approaching religious experience, a dark sacrament that demonstrated the absolute nature of royal authority over life, death, and everything in between. The Tower was about to enter its golden age of horror. John's first innovation was deceptively simple, but devastatingly effective: the systematic torture of entire families rather than just individual prisoners. Previous monarchs had certainly threatened family members to extract confessions or compliance, but John made family destruction an integral part of the Tower's operational procedures. When enemies of the crown were arrested, their spouses, children, parents and siblings were automatically brought to the Tower as well, not necessarily as prisoners themselves, but as what John euphemistically called motivational aids. The psychological impact of this policy was profound and multifaceted. Prisoners were forced to watch their loved ones suffer, creating layers of guilt and despair that individual torture could never achieve. But perhaps more importantly, the policy sent a clear message to potential rebels throughout the kingdom. Defying royal authority would not just cost them their own lives, but would condemn everyone they cared about to unspeakable agony. The Tower's chambers were redesigned to accommodate this new approach to systematic terror. Family members were held in adjacent cells where they could hear each other's suffering but rarely see each other, creating an atmosphere of shared agony and mutual helplessness that drove victims mad with grief and guilt. Parents were forced to listen to their children's screams. Children were made to hear their parents begging for mercy that would never come. Spouses were compelled to endure the sounds of their partners being slowly destroyed, knowing that their own turn was inevitable. John's torturers developed elaborate choreographies of family destruction, carefully orchestrated sequences of torture designed to maximize psychological impact on all participants. A typical session might begin with the torture of a teenage child while parents were forced to watch, progress to the systematic mutilation of a spouse while children were compelled to observe, and conclude with the slow destruction of the primary prisoner, while surviving family members were made to understand that their suffering had all been for nothing. These family torture sessions could last for weeks or even months, with victims kept barely alive through careful medical attention that served only to prolong their agony. The Tower's physicians, men who had perverted their healing arts into instruments of prolonged suffering, became expert at maintaining human consciousness, even in bodies that should have died days earlier. Pain became a permanent condition rather than a temporary sensation, suffering a lifestyle rather than an experience. The records that survive from this period, fragmentary and deliberately obscured though they are, paint a picture of systematic evil that challenges comprehension. Entire noble lineages disappeared into the Tower's chambers, their family names erased from history along with their bloodlines. Children who had never committed any crime beyond being born to the wrong parents were subjected to tortures that seasoned warriors could not endure. Pregnant women were kept alive long enough to give birth in the Tower's dungeons, only to watch their newborn children destroyed before their eyes as a final act of psychological warfare. But perhaps the most diabolical aspect of John's family torture system was its economic efficiency. By destroying entire family units simultaneously, the Tower could eliminate multiple potential threats while maximising the psychological impact on observers. The policy also ensured complete confiscation of family properties, as there would be no survivors to press legal claims for inheritance. The Tower was not just destroying lives, it was systematically erasing entire family histories, turning human beings into commodities in a marketplace of suffering. The efficiency of this approach soon attracted international attention. Foreign diplomats reported with horror that the English king had discovered a way to make torture profitable, turning the destruction of human beings into a self-sustaining economic enterprise. The Tower was becoming not just a prison, but a business, one whose product was human agony and whose profit margins increased with every scream that echoed through its chambers. John's reign also witnessed the introduction of what his torturers called aspirational torture, techniques designed not just to punish existing enemies, but to create new categories of suffering that would discourage potential future resistance. The Tower's operators began developing torture methods specifically designed to target different social classes, professions, and types of perceived disloyalty, creating a comprehensive taxonomy of systematic cruelty that could be applied to any conceivable enemy of the crown. Merchants who showed too much independence faced the scales of commerce, a device that systematically crushed the hands and fingers that had made their livelihood possible, ensuring that even if they survived their Tower experience, they would never again be able to practice their trade. Scholars who asked inconvenient questions were subjected to the Library of Pain, a torture chamber designed to look like a scriptorium, where victims were forced to copy out their own death warrants while being systematically mutilated by devices disguised as writing implements. Religious figures who showed insufficient deference to royal authority faced perhaps the most diabolical treatment of all, the theological examination, a form of torture that incorporated religious symbolism and perverted Christian ritual into instruments of systematic cruelty. Priests were forced to celebrate Mass while being tortured, their screams mixing with Latin prayers in a blasphemous symphony that drove witnesses to madness. Monks were subjected to mockeries of their vows, with each broken promise accompanied by specific physical punishments designed to parallel their spiritual failings. These profession-specific tortures served multiple purposes beyond their obvious function as instruments of suffering. They demonstrated the Crown's detailed knowledge of its subjects' lives and livelihoods, its ability to craft punishments specifically tailored to destroy not just bodies, but identities. They also served as elaborate forms of public education, teaching observers that every aspect of their lives, their work, their beliefs, their relationships, existed only at the pleasure of royal authority and could be turned into weapons against them at any moment. The Tower's operators became students of human psychology and sociology, developing detailed profiles of different types of prisoners and crafting torture protocols specifically designed to exploit their particular vulnerabilities. The resulting system was so comprehensive, so specifically calibrated to destroy different types of human consciousness, that it began to attract scholarly attention from across Europe. The Tower was becoming not just a prison, but a research institution, a university dedicated to the study of human suffering. John's innovations extended beyond torture techniques to encompass the entire prisoner experience from arrest to disposal. He established what he called the life cycle of despair, a carefully orchestrated sequence of psychological and physical degradation designed to transform human beings into something less than human before finally destroying them entirely. This process began long before prisoners reached the Tower's gates, with arrest procedures specifically designed to maximize public humiliation and demonstrate the futility of resistance. Prisoners were typically arrested during public events, religious services, market days, family celebrations, to ensure maximum psychological impact on both the victims and the witnessing community. The arrests themselves were carefully choreographed spectacles, with guards trained to behave more like actors in a theatrical production than simple law enforcement officers. They would surround their targets with overwhelming force, creating an atmosphere of inevitable doom that would break many prisoners' spirits before they ever saw the tower's walls. The journey to the tower became an integral part of the torture process, with prisoners transported through London streets in specially designed cages that ensured maximum public visibility, while preventing any possibility of rescue or escape. These processions served multiple purposes. They demonstrated royal power to the general population, they provided opportunities for public humiliation of prisoners, and they allowed the tower's operators to begin the psychological conditioning process while en route to the fortress. Upon arrival at the tower, prisoners entered what John's administrators called the reception protocol, a systematic process of dehumanization designed to strip away every aspect of individual identity and social status. Prisoners were forced to surrender not just their possessions but their names, their histories, their connections to the outside world. They became numbers in the tower's administrative system, units of suffering to be processed through carefully designed sequences of degradation. The tower's record-keeping system during this period reveals the systematic nature of John's approach to human destruction. Every prisoner was assigned a detailed file that tracked not just their alleged crimes, but their psychological responses to different torture techniques, their family relationships that could be exploited for additional leverage, their religious beliefs that could be perverted into instruments of torment. These files were continuously updated as prisoners progressed through the tower's systems, creating a comprehensive database of human vulnerability that could be used to refine future torture protocols. Perhaps most chillingly, the tower's administrators began sharing information with similar institutions throughout John's empire, creating an international network of systematic cruelty that allowed for the rapid dissemination of new torture techniques and psychological warfare methods. The tower was becoming the centre of an empire of suffering that stretched across Europe, with satellite facilities that could draw upon its accumulated expertise in human destruction. The systematic nature of this approach to torture had profound implications for English society as a whole. Citizens began to understand that their individual actions were being monitored and recorded, that their personal vulnerabilities were being catalogued for potential future use, that their relationships with family and friends could be turned into weapons against them at any moment. The entire kingdom began to exhibit symptoms of collective trauma, with social interactions becoming more guarded, trust becoming a dangerous luxury, and normal human relationships distorting under the pressure of constant surveillance and potential betrayal. John's reign also witnessed the tower's first systematic experiments in what would later be called psychological torture, techniques designed to destroy minds rather than bodies, to break spirits rather than bones. The tower's operators discovered that carefully controlled sensory deprivation, combined with unpredictable sensory overload, could drive prisoners insane more efficiently than any amount of physical pain. They developed techniques for disrupting sleep patterns, destroying sense of time and place, and creating states of permanent disorientation that would render victims incapable of resistance even when torture stopped. These psychological techniques were often more devastating than physical torture because they left no visible marks, no evidence of systematic cruelty that could be used to discredit royal authority. Prisoners could be completely destroyed mentally while appearing physically unharmed, creating perfect subjects for public releases that would demonstrate royal mercy while serving as living advertisements for the tower's power to break human consciousness itself. The tower's success in developing these techniques attracted attention from across Europe and beyond, with foreign officials requesting detailed information about English methods of psychological warfare. John began to export tower expertise as a form of diplomatic currency, sharing torture techniques with allied monarchs, while carefully withholding the most advanced methods to maintain English superiority in the systematic production of human suffering. But perhaps the most significant development during John's reign was the tower's evolution from a reactive institution that responded to existing threats into a proactive force that actively shaped English society through systematic terror. The tower's operators began conducting what they called preventive examinations, torture sessions designed not to punish existing crimes, but to prevent future disloyalty by demonstrating the consequences of even thinking about resistance. These preventive examinations were conducted on randomly selected citizens who had shown no signs of disloyalty beyond the unfortunate accident of being selected for demonstration purposes. The victims were subjected to full torture protocols, then released back into society as living examples of royal power and willing witnesses to the Tower's capabilities. The psychological impact of this policy was devastating. If the Tower could destroy completely innocent people for no reason beyond royal whim, then no one was safe. No amount of loyalty or obedience could guarantee protection from the Crown's capacity for arbitrary cruelty. The policy also served important administrative functions, providing regular opportunities for the Tower's staff to practice their skills on living subjects, while gathering valuable data about the effectiveness of different torture techniques. These practice sessions were carefully documented, with detailed records kept of prisoner responses to different stimuli, optimal timing for different phases of psychological breakdown, and most effective methods for maintaining consciousness during extended torture sessions. By the end of John's reign in 1216, the Tower of London had been transformed into something unprecedented in human history, a comprehensive system for the industrial production of human suffering, a machine capable of destroying not just individual enemies, but entire social classes, professional groups, and family lineages. The techniques developed during this period would influence the practice of state-sponsored torture for centuries to come, establishing standards of systematic cruelty that would be studied, imitated, and refined by successive generations of professional torturers. But John's most lasting contribution to the Tower's evolution was perhaps his recognition that torture was most effective when it transcended the merely physical and became a form of psychological warfare capable of reshaping entire societies. Under his rule, the Tower became not just a place where people went to die, but an institution capable of transforming the living into willing collaborators in their own oppression, citizens so thoroughly terrorized that they would police themselves more effectively than any external force could manage. The Tower had achieved a kind of institutional perfection, becoming a self-sustaining system of terror that could operate independently of any particular monarch's personal sadism or political needs. It had developed its own culture, its own traditions, its own professional standards that would outlast dynasties and survive changes in government, religion, and social organization. The Tower had become immortal in the most horrifying sense possible, a permanent feature of English governance that would continue to perfect the art of systematic cruelty long after its creators had been forgotten. As John's reign drew to its close, the Tower stood as a monument to human ingenuity applied to inhuman purposes, a testament to what could be achieved when unlimited resources, advanced psychology, and systematic thinking were devoted to the perfection of evil. It was ready for the centuries of horror that lay ahead, equipped with techniques and institutions that would make the coming ages of royal terrorism possible. The machine had transcended its creator's wildest dreams of malevolence. The real nightmare was just beginning. Chapter 4. The Plantagenet, Renaissance of Cruelty, 1300–1400. The 14th century dawned upon England like a fever dream, with the Tower of London standing as a monument to 3 centuries of refined brutality. But if previous monarchs had perfected the science of individual destruction, it would be Edward I and his successors who would transform the Tower into something far more ambitious, an instrument capable of erasing entire cultures, languages, and ways of life from the face of the earth. Edward the Fawn, known to history as Longshanks but whispered about in the darkest corners of his empire as the Hammer of God's Children, understood that traditional approaches to conquest were fundamentally flawed. You could destroy armies, occupy territories, even slaughter populations, but something always survived, some stubborn ember of cultural identity that would eventually flare back into rebellion. Edward's solution was characteristically thorough in its malevolence. Rather than simply conquering his enemies, he would erase them so completely that future generations would struggle to remember they had ever existed. The Tower would be his laboratory for this grand experiment in cultural genocide. Edward's approach to systematic extermination was revolutionary in its comprehensiveness. Previous monarchs had focused on destroying individual enemies or even entire families, but Edward recognized that true conquest required the elimination of entire cultural ecosystems, the languages, traditions, religious practices, and social structures that gave conquered peoples their sense of identity. The Tower would become not just a place where people died, but where entire civilizations were systematically murdered. The Welsh felt Edward's new approach first, though they could never have understood the full horror of what was being visited upon them. when Welsh nobles were brought to the Tower following Edward's conquest of Wales. They weren't simply tortured and executed, they were subjected to what Edward's administrators called cultural interrogation, a process designed to extract and catalogue every aspect of Welsh civilization before systematically destroying it. Welsh prisoners were forced to provide detailed accounts of their genealogies, their tribal histories, their religious practices, their legal traditions, their musical heritage, their agricultural techniques, their architectural knowledge. Every aspect of Welsh culture was methodically documented by Tower scribes before being perverted into instruments of torture. Welsh bardic traditions were turned into elaborate forms of psychological torment, with prisoners forced to compose songs celebrating their own destruction. Welsh legal concepts were twisted into justifications for their own annihilation. Welsh religious practices were perverted into blasphemous rituals that mocked everything the prisoners held sacred, but documentation was only the first phase of Edward's cultural genocide project. Once Welsh traditions had been thoroughly catalogued, they were systematically corrupted and destroyed in front of their former practitioners. Welsh nobles were forced to watch as their family histories were rewritten to portray them as willing collaborators with English rule. Their ancestral songs were perverted into crude entertainment for English guards. Their sacred rituals were transformed into obscene parodies that reduced centuries of spiritual tradition to crude jest. The psychological impact of this cultural destruction was devastating beyond anything achieved through mere physical torture. Prisoners weren't just losing their lives, they were witnessing the systematic murder of everything that had given their lives meaning. They were being forced to participate in the destruction of their own cultural identity, to become complicit in the annihilation of everything their ancestors had built and preserved. Edward's scribes worked with the methodical precision of scholars, documenting Welsh cultural practices with academic thoroughness, before destroying them with artistic creativity. They created detailed taxonomies of Welsh cultural elements, categorizing traditions by their psychological importance to prisoners and developing specific protocols for their corruption and destruction. The Tower was becoming a library of systematic cultural murder, accumulating knowledge for the sole purpose of more efficiently destroying the human spirit. The success of these techniques against Welsh prisoners led Edward to expand the programme throughout his empire. Scottish prisoners brought their own rich cultural heritage to be documented and destroyed. Irish captives provided additional opportunities for cultural genocide. French nobles captured during Edward's continental campaigns introduced new categories of civilizational elements that could be perverted into instruments of torture. Each new group of prisoners expanded the Tower's database of human culture and its corresponding catalogue of techniques for cultural destruction. The Tower's operators became expert in identifying the specific cultural elements that gave different peoples their sense of identity, and in developing torture protocols specifically designed to corrupt and destroy those elements. They learned to recognize the subtle signs that indicated when cultural destruction had progressed beyond psychological torture into something approaching spiritual annihilation. Edward's innovations extended beyond the mere documentation and destruction of existing cultures to encompass the creation of entirely new forms of cultural torture designed specifically for the Tower's operations. His specialists developed what they called synthetic traditions, elaborate pseudo-cultural practices that appeared to honour prisoners' heritage while actually serving as vehicles for systematic humiliation and degradation. Welsh prisoners might be forced to participate in mock versions of their traditional ceremonies, with every sacred element replaced by something crude or blasphemous. Scottish captives could be compelled to perform perverted versions of their clan rituals, with each traditional component twisted into an instrument of self-degradation. These synthetic traditions were often more psychologically devastating than outright cultural destruction, because they forced prisoners to actively participate in the corruption of everything they held sacred. The Tower's operators discovered that cultural torture was far more efficient than traditional physical torture in achieving the complete psychological destruction of prisoners. Physical pain, no matter how severe, was ultimately a temporary condition that human beings could learn to endure. But cultural destruction was permanent and irreversible. Once prisoners had been forced to participate in the systematic corruption of their own heritage, they could never again find psychological refuge in their cultural identity. These techniques proved so effective that Edward began exporting them throughout his empire, establishing subsidiary facilities in Wales, Scotland and Ireland that could apply Tower-developed methods of cultural genocide to local populations. Each facility was staffed with operators trained at the Tower, ensuring consistent application of Edward's techniques, while allowing for local adaptation to specific cultural contexts. The systematic nature of Edward's approach to cultural destruction had profound implications for English society itself. The techniques developed for destroying Welsh, Scottish and Irish culture were inevitably applied to English dissidents as well, creating a domestic population increasingly stripped of any cultural resources that might support resistance to royal authority. English traditions that might encourage independence or critical thinking were systematically identified and destroyed, replaced with synthetic cultural practices designed to reinforce submission to royal power. The Tower was becoming more than a prison. It was becoming a factory for the production of cultural uniformity, a machine capable of transforming diverse human societies into homogeneous masses of terrorized subjects incapable of conceiving alternatives to royal authority. Edward's successors would inherit not just a kingdom, but a comprehensive system for cultural control that could be applied to any population that showed signs of independent thought or cultural distinctiveness. Edward II, ascending to the throne in 1307, inherited his father's comprehensive system of cultural genocide, but lacked the focused malevolence necessary to operate it effectively. His reign saw the Tower's evolution from an instrument of systematic cultural destruction into something even more sinister, a laboratory for experimenting with the psychological techniques that would later be refined into modern methods of mass social control. Where Edward I had focused on destroying existing cultures, Edward II became obsessed with the possibility of creating entirely new forms of human consciousness, psychological states so thoroughly terrorized and culturally deracinated that they would be incapable of conceiving resistance to royal authority. The Tower became a testing ground for techniques designed to reshape human psychology itself, to create subjects so perfectly conditioned that they would police their own thoughts more effectively than any external surveillance system could manage. Edward II's innovations began with what his administrators called consciousness mapping, systematic studies of prisoner psychology designed to identify the specific mental processes that enabled independent thought, cultural identification, and resistance to authority. Tower operators conducted detailed psychological examinations of prisoners, documenting the precise mental pathways that connected cultural memory to individual identity, personal values to political loyalty, and individual suffering to collective resistance. These psychological studies were conducted with the same methodical precision that Edward I had applied to cultural documentation, but with focus shifted from external cultural practices to internal mental processes. Prisoners were subjected to elaborate psychological examinations designed to reveal the deepest structures of human consciousness, the fundamental mental processes that enabled human beings to maintain their sense of individual identity under extreme duress. The information gathered through these consciousness mapping exercises was used to develop increasingly sophisticated techniques for psychological destruction. Tower operators learned to identify the specific mental processes that enabled prisoners to maintain hope, dignity, and resistance, and to develop torture protocols specifically designed to disrupt those processes. They discovered techniques for destroying memory, disrupting the connection between past and present, and preventing prisoners from forming coherent narratives about their experiences. These psychological techniques were often more devastating than physical torture because they attacked the fundamental cognitive processes that enabled human consciousness itself. Prisoners subjected to consciousness disruption protocols often survived physically while losing their capacity for coherent thought, memory formation, or emotional connection to other human beings. They became living demonstrations of the Tower's power to destroy not just bodies but minds, not just individuals but the very concept of human consciousness. Edward II's reign also witnessed the Tower's first systematic experiments in what would later be called social engineering, techniques designed to reshape entire populations through the strategic application of terror and psychological manipulation. The Tower became a laboratory for developing methods of mass social control that could be applied to entire kingdoms, techniques for creating populations so thoroughly terrorized that they would actively collaborate in their own oppression. These social engineering experiments began with systematic studies of how terror spread through social networks, how fear could be transmitted from direct victims to their families, communities, and social circles. Tower operators conducted detailed analyses of the psychological mechanisms that enabled terror to propagate through social groups, identifying the specific social bonds and communication pathways that could be exploited to maximize the psychological impact of individual torture sessions. The information gathered through these studies was used to develop increasingly sophisticated techniques for social terror multiplication, methods for ensuring that individual acts of torture would have maximum psychological impact on the largest possible number of people. Tower operators learned to select torture victims strategically, choosing individuals whose destruction would send the most powerful possible message to their social networks while creating the greatest possible disruption to community structures that might support resistance. These social engineering techniques transformed the tower from an instrument for destroying individuals into a weapon capable of reshaping entire societies. Single torture sessions could be designed to disrupt entire communities, destroy social institutions, and create psychological conditions that would prevent collective resistance for generations. The tower was becoming a machine for social transformation, capable of converting independent communities into collections of terrorized individuals incapable of collective action. The success of these social engineering experiments led Edward II to expand the program beyond the tower's walls, establishing networks of surveillance and psychological manipulation throughout his kingdom. Citizens were encouraged to report on their neighbours' psychological states, to identify individuals who showed signs of maintaining independent thought or cultural identity. The entire kingdom became a laboratory for social engineering, with the tower serving as the central research facility for developing and refining techniques of mass psychological control. But perhaps the most significant development during Edward VII's reign was the tower's evolution from a reactive institution that responded to existing threats into a proactive force, capable of reshaping society according to predetermined psychological specifications. The tower's operators began conducting what they called preventive consciousness adjustment, systematic psychological interventions designed to prevent independent thought before it could develop into actual resistance. These preventive interventions were conducted on randomly selected citizens who had shown no signs of disloyalty beyond the statistical likelihood that they might develop independent thoughts at some point in the future. The victims were subjected to consciousness disruption protocols designed to prevent the formation of psychological structures that might eventually support resistance to royal authority. They were then returned to their communities as living examples of royal power and willing witnesses to the consequences of independent thought. The psychological impact of these preventive interventions was devastating for English society as a whole. Citizens began to understand that their inner thoughts were subject to royal scrutiny and control, that the very capacity for independent thinking was a privilege that could be revoked at any moment. The entire population began to exhibit symptoms of collective psychological trauma, with social interactions becoming increasingly superficial, trust becoming dangerous, and normal human relationships distorting under the pressure of constant psychological surveillance. Edward III, ascending to the throne in 1327, inherited a kingdom that had been thoroughly terrorized by his predecessors' innovations in systematic cruelty. But he understood that terror was a finite resource unless continuously replenished with fresh demonstrations of royal power. His solution was to transform the tower from a domestic instrument of social control into an international weapon of psychological warfare capable of terrorizing entire foreign populations into submission without the expense and risk of traditional military conquest. Edward III's innovations began with the systematic documentation of the tower's accumulated expertise in human destruction, creating comprehensive manuals that catalogued centuries of experience in torture, cultural genocide, and psychological warfare. These manuals were intended not just as training materials for tower operators, but as diplomatic weapons that could be shared with allied monarchs or used to intimidate potential enemies through detailed descriptions of what awaited those who opposed English interests. The tower's reputation had already spread throughout Europe, but Edward III transformed that reputation from a source of whispered horror into an active instrument of international relations. Foreign diplomats were regularly invited to tour the tower's facilities, to observe torture sessions in progress, and to interview prisoners who had survived the tower's psychological destruction protocols. These diplomatic visits served multiple purposes. They demonstrated English power to potential enemies. They provided opportunities for gathering intelligence about foreign psychological vulnerabilities, and they created networks of traumatized foreign officials who would carry their Tower experiences back to their home countries. The psychological impact of these diplomatic tours was profound and lasting. Foreign officials who had witnessed the Tower's operations returned to their home countries as living advertisements for English power and willing advocates for submission to English interests. They carried with them detailed knowledge of English torture techniques, creating fear that spread through foreign courts and military establishments like a psychological plague. Edward III also pioneered the use of Tower-trained specialists as diplomatic attachés, sending experts in psychological warfare to serve in English embassies throughout Europe. These specialists provided detailed intelligence about foreign psychological vulnerabilities, while serving as living reminders of the Tower's power to destroy anyone who opposed English interests. They transformed ordinary diplomatic interactions into subtle forms of psychological warfare, turning every negotiation into an implicit threat and every treaty into an acknowledgement of English superiority in the systematic production of human suffering. But perhaps Edward III's most significant innovation was the development of what his administrators called theatrical torture, elaborate public spectacles designed to demonstrate English power to the largest possible audiences while creating psychological trauma that would spread throughout entire populations. These theatrical productions combined the Tower's accumulated expertise in individual torture with sophisticated understanding of mass psychology, creating events that would traumatize not just direct observers, but entire societies through the psychological mechanisms of collective trauma transmission. Theatrical torture events were carefully planned and choreographed spectacles that incorporated elements of religious ceremony, military parade, and artistic performance into comprehensive demonstrations of royal power over life, death, and human consciousness itself. They featured elaborate costumes, symbolic props, orchestrated music, and carefully scripted dialogue that transformed systematic cruelty into a form of high art designed to overwhelm observers with the aesthetic beauty of absolute power. These theatrical productions were not random displays of royal sadism, but carefully calculated psychological operations designed to achieve specific political objectives through the strategic application of terror. Each event was planned to send particular messages to particular audiences, with torture techniques selected specifically for their symbolic significance and psychological impact on target populations. The success of theatrical torture as an instrument of international psychological warfare led Edward III to establish permanent facilities for staging these events throughout his empire, creating a network of venues capable of producing customized demonstrations of English power for different audiences. Each facility was equipped with specialized torture devices designed specifically for theatrical effectiveness, operated by performers trained in both the technical aspects of systematic cruelty and the artistic requirements of psychological spectacle. Edward III's reign also witnessed the Tower's first systematic experiments in what would later be called psychological warfare broadcasting, techniques for transmitting terror beyond the immediate audiences of theatrical torture events to entire populations through the strategic manipulation of communication networks. Tower specialists developed methods for ensuring that accounts of torture spectacles would spread throughout target populations in forms specifically designed to maximize psychological impact, while minimizing the risk of inspiring resistance rather than submission. These broadcasting techniques transformed isolated torture events into comprehensive psychological campaigns, capable of terrorizing entire kingdoms without the expense and risk of traditional military conquest. Single theatrical torture productions could be designed to generate psychological effects that would spread throughout enemy populations like epidemic diseases, creating conditions of mass terror that would render traditional military resistance impossible. The systematic nature of Edward III's approach to international psychological warfare had profound implications for European politics as a whole. Traditional concepts of sovereignty, military alliance, and diplomatic negotiation were rendered obsolete by English innovations in terror transmission. Foreign monarchs found themselves governing populations that had been psychologically conquered by English torture spectacles, subjects so thoroughly terrorized that they were incapable of supporting military resistance to English expansion. As Edward III's reign progressed, the tower evolved from a domestic instrument of social control into the central command facility for a comprehensive system of international psychological warfare that extended English influence throughout Europe without the expense and risk of traditional military conquest. The tower had become the beating heart of an empire of terror that stretched across continents, a machine capable of conquering entire civilizations through the strategic application of systematic cruelty. By the end of the 14th century, the Tower of London had achieved a kind of institutional perfection that transcended the merely political and approached the mythological in its cultural significance. It had become more than a prison, more than a torture facility, more than an instrument of royal power. It had become a fundamental feature of European civilization, a permanent institution that shaped political relationships, social structures, and individual psychology throughout the known world. The tower's influence extended far beyond its physical walls to encompass every aspect of medieval life. Its techniques had been copied by monarchs throughout Europe, creating a continental network of systematic cruelty that standardized approaches to political control across cultural and linguistic boundaries. Its psychological innovations had reshaped popular understanding of royal authority, individual rights, and the relationship between rulers and subjects. Its cultural genocide protocols had eliminated entire ways of life, entire languages, entire traditions that had existed for centuries before encountering the tower's comprehensive system of civilizational destruction. The machine had achieved immortality through its own perfection, becoming so thoroughly integrated into the structures of medieval civilization that it could survive changes in dynasty, religion, and political system. It had created its own culture, its own traditions, its own professional standards that would outlast the particular individuals who operated it. The tower had become eternal in the most terrifying sense possible, a permanent feature of human civilization that would continue to perfect the art of systematic cruelty long after its original creators had been forgotten. Chapter 5. The Roses Bloom Red, 1400–1500. The 15th century arrived in England like a fever breaking, with the Tower of London standing as the one constant in a kingdom torn apart by civil war, dynastic chaos, and the systematic collapse of every institution except the one dedicated to the perfection of human suffering. But if previous centuries had seen the tower evolve in response to the needs of stable monarchies, the Wars of the Roses would transform it into something unprecedented, a machine capable of not just destroying individual enemies, but of systematically harvesting the chaos of civil war to achieve new heights of institutionalized cruelty. The competing claims of York and Lancaster created a unique opportunity for the tower's operators to refine their craft beyond anything previously imagined. Civil war meant that traditional concepts of guilt and innocence became meaningless. Anyone could be declared a traitor, depending on which faction happened to control the throne at any given moment. More importantly, civil war meant that the tower would have access to an unprecedented supply of high-quality victims, nobles who had lived lives of privilege and power, who had never imagined they could be reduced to screaming animals in the tower's chambers, who possessed the kind of refined sensibilities that made their destruction particularly satisfying to observe. The tower's operators understood the opportunity that history had provided them. For the first time in centuries, they would have access to victims who truly understood what they were losing, who possessed the education and cultural sophistication necessary to fully comprehend the magnitude of their destruction. These weren't illiterate peasants or foreign barbarians who could be dismissed as subhuman. These were England's finest nobles, men and women who had been raised to rule, who possessed every advantage that medieval society could provide, who had lived their entire lives believing themselves immune to the kind of systematic cruelty that the tower visited upon lesser beings. The psychological satisfaction of destroying such victims was unprecedented, but more importantly, their destruction would send a message that no one in England could ignore. If the tower could reduce the kingdom's greatest nobles to broken animals, then no one was safe from its attentions. The civil war would provide cover for the tower to achieve new levels of systematic cruelty, while teaching the entire kingdom that traditional concepts of social hierarchy, noble privilege, and aristocratic immunity were nothing more than comforting illusions that could be shattered whenever the tower's operators desired. The Wars of the Roses would become the tower's golden age, a period when centuries of accumulated expertise in human destruction would be applied to the systematic elimination of England's traditional ruling class, replacing them with a new aristocracy that owed its very existence to the Tower's mercy and understood that their continued survival depended entirely on their willingness to collaborate in the Tower's operations. Henry IV's usurpation of the throne in 1399 provided the Tower's operators with their first opportunity to demonstrate how civil war could be transformed into an opportunity for systematic cruelty. Richard VI's deposition created a precedent that would haunt English politics for generations. The idea that royal authority was not divinely ordained but politically constructed, that monarchs could be unmade as easily as they were made, that the crown itself was nothing more than a prize to be won through superior application of systematic terror. The Tower's role in Richard VI's destruction established the template that would govern royal succession for the next century. Richard wasn't simply murdered or executed. He was systematically destroyed through a carefully orchestrated campaign of psychological warfare designed to demonstrate that even kings were subject to the Tower's absolute authority over human consciousness. Richard was held in the Tower for months before his eventual death, subjected to the full range of psychological destruction techniques that had been perfected over previous centuries. But Richard's treatment differed from that of previous royal prisoners in one crucial respect. His destruction was carefully documented and publicised, turned into a comprehensive demonstration of the Tower's power to unmake even the most exalted human beings. Foreign diplomats were invited to observe Richard's deterioration, to witness the process by which a king could be transformed into a broken animal begging for death. English nobles were required to visit Richard in his cell, to see for themselves what awaited anyone who failed to demonstrate sufficient loyalty to the new regime. The psychological impact of Richard's systematic destruction was profound and lasting. English nobles began to understand that royal blood provided no protection against the Tower's attentions, that traditional concepts of divine right and aristocratic immunity were meaningless when confronted with the Tower's comprehensive system of human destruction. They realized that their own survival depended not on their bloodlines or their traditional privileges, but on their ability to demonstrate absolute loyalty to whoever happened to control the Tower at any given moment. Henry IV's innovations extended beyond the mere destruction of individual rivals to encompass the systematic exploitation of civil war conditions, to expand the Tower's operations beyond anything previously attempted. The existence of competing claims to the throne meant that virtually anyone could be declared a traitor and subjected to the Tower's attentions, regardless of their actual political activities or loyalties. The Tower could operate with complete impunity, secure in the knowledge that civil war provided perfect cover for any amount of systematic cruelty. The Tower's operators developed comprehensive protocols for exploiting civil war conditions to maximize their opportunities for human destruction, while minimizing the risk of political backlash. They learned to identify individuals whose destruction would serve multiple purposes, eliminating potential threats while providing opportunities for property confiscation, demonstrating royal power while gathering intelligence about remaining enemies, satisfying the professional interests of Tower operators while advancing the political objectives of whoever controlled the throne. These protocols transformed civil war from a temporary political crisis into a permanent condition that could be maintained indefinitely to justify continued expansion of the Tower's operations. The Tower's operators discovered that they could actually prolong civil war by carefully managing the destruction of rival claimants, ensuring that conflicts would continue long enough to provide cover for the systematic elimination of anyone who possessed the wealth, education, or social position necessary to potentially threaten the Tower's institutional interests. The success of these techniques led to the development of what Henry IV's administrators called managed instability, the deliberate cultivation of political conditions that would justify permanent expansion of the Tower's authority while providing continuous supplies of high-quality victims for systematic destruction. The Tower was evolving from an instrument of royal power into an institution capable of manipulating royal power for its own institutional purposes. Henry V's reign witnessed the Tower's first systematic experiments in what would later be called patriotic torture, the use of external military conflicts to justify domestic expansion of systematic cruelty while creating new categories of victims who could be destroyed in the name of national security. Henry's French campaigns provided perfect cover for the Tower to expand its operations under the guise of protecting England from foreign threats and domestic traitors who might collaborate with foreign enemies. The tower's operators developed comprehensive protocols for identifying and destroying potential collaborators, a category that could be expanded to include virtually anyone whose loyalty was considered insufficiently enthusiastic. These protocols were deliberately vague and subjective, ensuring that the tower's operators would have maximum discretion in selecting victims while maintaining the fiction that their activities were motivated by legitimate security concerns rather than professional interest in human destruction. The beauty of the patriotic torture system was that it transformed systematic cruelty into a form of public service, allowing the tower's operators to present their activities as patriotic duty rather than professional sadism. Citizens were encouraged to report on their neighbours' patriotic enthusiasm, to identify individuals who failed to demonstrate sufficient hatred for England's enemies, to collaborate in the systematic identification of potential victims for the tower's attention. This system created a self-sustaining cycle of terror that fed upon itself, generating ever-expanding categories of potential enemies who could be subjected to the tower's systematic destruction protocols. The more successful the tower was in identifying and destroying potential collaborators, the more dangerous the remaining population appeared, justifying further expansion of the tower's operations and the creation of additional categories of suspicious behaviour that might indicate disloyalty. Henry V's innovations extended beyond the mere expansion of victim categories to encompass the development of new torture techniques specifically designed to exploit patriotic themes. Prisoners accused of potential collaboration with foreign enemies weren't simply tortured, they were subjected to elaborate patriotic humiliation rituals designed to demonstrate their unworthiness to be considered English, while providing entertainment for observers who could congratulate themselves on their superior patriotic virtue. These patriotic torture sessions became elaborate theatrical productions that combined systematic cruelty with nationalist ideology, creating spectacles that served multiple purposes simultaneously. They provided opportunities for the systematic destruction of individual victims while reinforcing collective identification with English nationalism. They demonstrated the tower's power while creating emotional rewards for citizens who collaborated in identifying potential victims. They eliminated potential threats while generating psychological conditions that made future threats less likely to develop. The success of patriotic torture as both a practical technique for human destruction and a theoretical framework for justifying systematic cruelty led Henry V to establish permanent institutions for its continued development and application. The Tower became the centre of a comprehensive system of patriotic surveillance and destruction that extended throughout English society, creating conditions where any expression of insufficient enthusiasm for royal policies could be interpreted as potential treason, justifying immediate destruction. But perhaps Henry V's most significant innovation was the development of what his administrators called preventive patriotism, systematic interventions designed to prevent the development of potentially treasonous thoughts before they could mature into actual disloyalty. Citizens were subjected to regular patriotic examinations designed to identify early signs of insufficient enthusiasm for royal policies, with those who failed these examinations receiving immediate attention from Tower specialists trained in patriotic consciousness adjustment. These preventive patriotism programs transformed English society into a comprehensive laboratory for social engineering, where every citizen's thoughts and emotions were subject to continuous monitoring and adjustment by Tower-trained specialists. The entire population became unwilling participants in a grand experiment in patriotic conditioning, with the Tower serving as both the theoretical centre for developing patriotic consciousness manipulation techniques and the practical facility for applying those techniques to citizens who failed to meet established standards of patriotic enthusiasm. Henry VI's long reign and eventual madness provided the Tower's operators with unprecedented opportunities to refine their techniques while operating with minimal royal oversight. Henry's periodic mental incapacity meant that the Tower could operate with virtually complete autonomy, developing new approaches to systematic cruelty without concern for royal approval or political consequences. The Tower was free to pursue its institutional interests without interference from above, leading to innovations that would influence the practice of systematic cruelty for centuries to come. The Tower's operators used Henry VI's madness as an opportunity to conduct comprehensive experiments in the systematic destruction of sanity itself developing techniques that could drive prisoners mad while maintaining their physical health and cognitive capacity. These experiments were motivated partly by professional curiosity about the mechanisms of psychological breakdown, but also by practical interest in developing torture techniques that would leave no physical evidence while achieving complete psychological destruction of victims. The techniques developed during this period were unprecedented in their sophisticated understanding of human psychology and their precise calibration to achieve specific forms of mental breakdown. Tower operators learned to identify the particular psychological vulnerabilities that made different types of prisoners susceptible to different forms of madness, developing customized insanity protocols that could be tailored to individual victims' psychological profiles while ensuring predictable and controllable outcomes. These insanity experiments were conducted with the same methodical precision that characterized all tower operations, with detailed records kept of prisoner responses to different psychological stimuli, optimal timing for different phases of mental breakdown, and most effective methods for maintaining consciousness during systematic psychological destruction. The Tower was accumulating a comprehensive database of human psychological vulnerability that would inform systematic cruelty operations for generations to come. But perhaps most significantly, Henry VI's madness provided the Tower's operators with opportunities to experiment with the systematic destruction of royal sanity itself, developing techniques that could be applied to monarchs who proved insufficiently cooperative with Tower institutional interests. The Tower was evolving from an instrument of royal power into an institution capable of controlling royal power, of ensuring that monarchs would serve Tower interest rather than the reverse. The techniques developed for royal madness induction were among the Tower's most closely guarded secrets, shared only with the most trusted operators, and documented in codes that would prevent their discovery by potential victims. These techniques represented the Tower's ultimate insurance policy against royal interference, ensuring that no monarch could threaten Tower institutional interests without risking systematic destruction of their own sanity. Edward IV's eventual victory in the Wars of the Roses provided the Tower's operators with their greatest opportunity yet to demonstrate the fruits of centuries of systematic innovation in human destruction. Edward understood that his authority depended entirely on his ability to eliminate not just active enemies, but potential enemies, possible enemies, and anyone who possessed the wealth, education, or social position necessary to potentially threaten his rule at some point in the future. The Tower's operators were ready with comprehensive protocols for systematic elimination of entire social classes, techniques that had been developed and refined during previous decades of civil war, but never applied on the scale that Edward's victory made possible. They could now implement systematic programs for the elimination of everyone who had supported opposing factions, everyone who possessed questionable loyalty, everyone who represented potential future threats to Yorkist rule. These elimination programs were conducted with unprecedented efficiency and thoroughness, incorporating lessons learned from centuries of experience in systematic human destruction, while taking advantage of civil war conditions that provided perfect cover for unlimited cruelty. The Tower became a processing facility for the systematic elimination of England's traditional aristocracy, replacing them with a new ruling class that owed its existence entirely to Tower mercy, and understood that continued survival depended on absolute collaboration with Tower institutional interests. Edward IV's innovations extended beyond mere elimination to encompass the systematic reconstruction of English society according to specifications developed by Tower theorists over previous centuries. The Civil War had provided an opportunity to eliminate existing social structures and replace them with new institutions designed specifically to support Tower operations while preventing the development of future threats to Tower authority. The new aristocracy created during Edward's reign was fundamentally different from England's traditional nobility, selected not for bloodline or traditional privilege, but for demonstrated willingness to collaborate in Tower operations and proven loyalty to Tower institutional interests. These new nobles understood that their elevation was conditional and temporary, that their continued survival depended on their usefulness to Tower operators and their willingness to participate in whatever systematic cruelty the Tower required. This new aristocracy became the Tower's agents throughout English society, extending Tower surveillance and control into every aspect of social, economic, and political life, while providing local implementation of Tower policies and techniques. England was becoming a comprehensive Tower colony, a society organised entirely around the requirements of systematic cruelty and dedicated to supporting the Tower's institutional mission of human destruction. Richard III's brief reign provided the Tower's operators with their ultimate test, the opportunity to demonstrate that they had achieved complete independence from royal authority, that they could operate successfully regardless of who claimed the throne, that they had become the permanent institutional foundation of English government, regardless of temporary political changes. Richard's usurpation and the subsequent elimination of the princes in the Tower demonstrated the Tower's evolution from royal instrument to royal master, capable of manipulating succession disputes to serve Tower institutional interests while eliminating potential threats to Tower authority. The prince's disappearance represented the Tower's ultimate victory over royal pretensions to independent authority. Even potential monarchs were subject to Tower judgment and could be eliminated whenever Tower operators deemed their existence inconvenient. The systematic nature of the prince's elimination revealed the Tower's sophistication in managing succession disputes to maximise institutional advantage while minimising political disruption. The princes weren't simply murdered, they were systematically erased from history through comprehensive protocols that eliminated not just their physical existence, but their historical memory, ensuring that future generations would be unable to use their memory to challenge Tower authority. But the prince's elimination also demonstrated the Tower's ultimate vulnerability, its dependence on maintaining the fiction that it served royal rather than institutional interests. The systematic destruction of legitimate heirs to the throne risked exposing the Tower's actual relationship to royal authority, potentially generating resistance from populations that still believed in traditional concepts of legitimate monarchy. The Tower's operators understood this vulnerability and developed comprehensive counter-strategies designed to maintain the fiction of royal service while ensuring continued institutional independence. They perfected techniques for managing public perception of their activities, creating narrative frameworks that would justify even the most extreme systematic cruelty while maintaining popular support for Tower operations. As the 15th century drew to its close, the Tower of London had achieved a level of institutional sophistication and operational independence that would have been unimaginable to its Norman founders. It had survived civil war, dynastic change, and royal madness, while continuously expanding its authority and refining its techniques. It had transformed from a crude instrument of Norman intimidation into the central institution of English government, the permanent foundation upon which all political authority ultimately rested. The Tower had become immortal in the truest sense. It had transcended its original purpose and creators to become a self-sustaining institution capable of surviving any political change, while continuously adapting to new opportunities for systematic cruelty. It had created its own culture, its own professional standards, its own theoretical frameworks for understanding and implementing human destruction. It had become the permanent heart of English civilization, pumping systematic cruelty through every artery of social, political, and economic life. The machine had achieved perfection. The real terror was about to begin. Chapter 6. The Tudor Appetite for Absolute Annihilation, 1500 to 1600. The Tudor dynasty rose from the ashes of the Wars of the Roses like a phoenix fed on human suffering, and they found in the Tower of London not merely a prison, or even an instrument of terror, but a perfected machine for the systematic destruction of human consciousness that had been waiting centuries for rulers worthy of its capabilities. Henry VII, Henry VIII, Mary the Fair, and Elizabeth them didn't simply use the Tower, they transformed it into the beating heart of a new form of absolute monarchy that would make previous tyrannies seem quaint by comparison. If the Plantagenets had perfected the science of individual torture, and the Yorkists had refined the art of systematic elimination, the Tudors would achieve something unprecedented in human history: the transformation of an entire kingdom into an extension of the Tower's operational philosophy, a nation where every citizen lived under the constant threat of systematic destruction, and every social institution served the ultimate purpose of identifying and eliminating anyone who possessed even the potential for independent thought. The Tudor approach to absolute power was revolutionary in its comprehensiveness and terrifying in its efficiency. Previous monarchies had used terror as one tool among many for maintaining control, but the Tudors understood that terror could become the foundation of government itself. that systematic cruelty could be transformed from an instrument of policy into the organising principle of civilization. The Tower would evolve from a fortress of fear into the theoretical and practical centre of a new form of human organisation based entirely on the perfection of systematic suffering. Under Tudor rule, the Tower's influence would extend far beyond its physical walls to encompass every aspect of English life, every social relationship, every individual thought and emotion. The Tudors would achieve what previous dynasties had only dreamed of: the creation of a comprehensive system of human control that would make resistance not just dangerous but literally unthinkable. A society so thoroughly terrorised that citizens would police their own thoughts more effectively than any external surveillance system could manage. But the Tudors' greatest innovation would be their understanding that systematic cruelty was most effective when it was presented not as tyranny, but as justice, not as oppression, but as moral necessity, not as the satisfaction of royal sadism, but as the regrettable requirement of civilized government. The Tower would become not just a place where enemies died, but a sacred institution where the forces of order triumphed over the chaos of individual conscience, where the requirements of absolute authority were reconciled with the pretensions of Christian morality. Henry VII's victory at Bosworth Field in 1485 marked the beginning of a new era in English history, but more importantly for the Tower's institutional development, it marked the rise of a dynasty that understood terror not as a crude instrument of intimidation, but as a sophisticated tool of social engineering capable of reshaping human nature itself. Henry VII had lived as a fugitive and an exile, had experienced firsthand the precarious nature of political authority, and he was determined to create a system of government so thoroughly based on systematic terror that no future rebellion would ever be possible. The Tower's operators found in Henry VII their ideal patron, a monarch who understood the institutional requirements of systematic cruelty and was willing to provide whatever resources were necessary to achieve new levels of human destruction. Henry didn't simply want to eliminate his enemies, he wanted to create conditions where the very concept of enmity would become impossible, where potential opposition would be eliminated before it could even form in human consciousness. Henry VII's first innovation was the systematic elimination of what he called competitive bloodlines, anyone whose genealogy might provide even the most remote claim to royal authority. This wasn't simply a matter of murdering rival claimants, it required the comprehensive destruction of entire family trees, the systematic erasure of bloodlines that might potentially threaten Tudor authority generations in the future. The Tower became a processing facility for genealogical extinction, where family histories were as thoroughly destroyed as family members. The Tower's operators developed comprehensive protocols for bloodline elimination that went far beyond simple assassination to encompass the systematic destruction of family memory, genealogical records, and cultural traditions that might preserve knowledge of alternative claims to royal authority. Entire family histories were rewritten to eliminate any suggestion of royal connections. Family documents were systematically destroyed or falsified. Family traditions were corrupted or eliminated entirely. But Henry VII's innovations extended beyond the mere elimination of rival bloodlines to encompass the creation of entirely new categories of potential treason that could be applied to anyone who possessed the education, wealth, or social position necessary to potentially threaten royal authority in the future. The Tower's operators developed comprehensive taxonomies of potential disloyalty that included not just active rebellion but speculative criticism, hypothetical opposition, and even the possession of intellectual capabilities that might eventually be turned against royal authority. These expanded definitions of treason meant that virtually anyone could be subject to Tower attention at any moment, creating an atmosphere of constant fear that paralysed potential opposition, while providing the Tower with unlimited supplies of victims for systematic destruction. Citizens learned to fear not just their actions but their thoughts, not just their associations but their capabilities, not just their present behaviour but their future potential for independent thinking. The psychological impact of Henry VII's approach to systematic terror was profound and lasting. English society began to exhibit collective symptoms of trauma-induced compliance, with social interactions becoming increasingly constrained by fear, intellectual discourse declining to prevent dangerous thoughts, and normal human relationships distorting under the pressure of constant surveillance and mutual suspicion. The entire kingdom was becoming an extension of the Tower's operational philosophy, a society organised around the requirements of systematic fear. Henry VII also pioneered the use of legal frameworks to justify unlimited expansion of Tower operations, while maintaining the fiction that systematic cruelty was actually an expression of justice rather than tyranny. His lawyers developed increasingly sophisticated theoretical justifications for Tower activities, creating legal precedents that would allow future monarchs to expand systematic terror operations while claiming to act within established law. These legal innovations transformed the Tower from an extrajudicial instrument of royal power into an integral component of the English legal system, ensuring that systematic cruelty would survive changes in royal personality or political circumstance. The Tower's operations became institutionalised within English law itself, making them virtually impossible to eliminate without destroying the entire legal framework of English government. But perhaps Henry VII's most significant contribution to the Tower's evolution was his recognition that systematic terror was most effective when it operated through existing social institutions rather than in opposition to them. Rather than destroying English social structures, Henry co-opted them, transforming churches, guilds, schools, and family structures into instruments of systematic surveillance and control that served Tower institutional interests while maintaining their traditional appearance and social functions. This co-optation strategy was far more psychologically devastating than outright destruction, because it eliminated the possibility of psychological refuge within traditional social relationships. Citizens could no longer trust their priests, their teachers, their guild masters, or even their family members, because all of these traditional sources of social support had been transformed into potential instruments of Tower attention. English society was becoming a comprehensive trap where every social relationship was potentially dangerous and every human interaction was subject to Tower oversight. Henry VIII's ascension to the throne in 1509 brought to power a monarch whose psychological profile was perfectly matched to the Tower's institutional capabilities and professional interests. Henry's combination of paranoid suspicion, grandiose self-regard, and sadistic creativity made him the ideal partner for Tower operators who had spent centuries perfecting techniques of systematic human destruction and were eager to apply their accumulated expertise on an unprecedented scale. But Henry VIII's significance for Tower operations went far beyond his personal enthusiasm for systematic cruelty. Henry represented a new type of monarch who understood that royal authority could be made absolute through the strategic application of terror, while maintaining popular support through careful management of public opinion and religious ideology. Henry would demonstrate that systematic cruelty could be presented as moral crusade, that the Tower's operations could be justified as expressions of divine will rather than human sadism. Henry VIII's first great innovation was the transformation of religious reform into an opportunity for unlimited expansion of Tower operations under the cover of moral necessity. The break with Rome provided perfect justification for the systematic elimination of anyone who failed to demonstrate sufficient enthusiasm for religious change, creating new categories of potential treason that could be applied to virtually anyone whose loyalty was considered questionable. The Tower's operators developed comprehensive protocols for religious persecution that incorporated centuries of experience in systematic human destruction, while taking advantage of the emotional intensity surrounding religious disputes to justify previously unimaginable levels of cruelty. Religious dissidents weren't simply imprisoned or executed. They were subjected to elaborate theological torture sessions designed to demonstrate the spiritual as well as political consequences of opposing royal authority. These theological torture sessions became elaborate theatrical productions that combined systematic cruelty with religious pageantry, creating spectacles that served multiple purposes simultaneously. They provided opportunities for the systematic destruction of individual victims while reinforcing collective identification with royal religious authority. They demonstrated the Tower's power while creating emotional rewards for citizens who participated in identifying religious dissidents. They eliminated potential opposition while generating psychological conditions that made future religious opposition less likely to develop. But Henry VIII's innovations extended far beyond religious persecution to encompass the systematic destruction of England's traditional aristocracy and its replacement with a new ruling class that owed its existence entirely to royal favour and understood that continued survival depended on absolute collaboration with Tower operations. The dissolution of the monasteries provided perfect cover for the elimination of traditional power structures while generating enormous wealth that could be used to fund expanded tower operations. The systematic destruction of monastic institutions represented more than simple property confiscation. It was a comprehensive experiment in cultural genocide that eliminated not just individual religious communities, but entire ways of life, entire traditions of learning and spiritual practice, entire social institutions that had provided alternatives to royal authority for centuries. The Tower's techniques for cultural destruction, developed during previous centuries of experience with conquered populations, were now applied to English society itself. Henry's innovations also included the development of what his administrators called matrimonial terror, the systematic use of marriage and family relationships as instruments of political control and personal destruction. Henry's treatment of his wives provided a template for the systematic destruction of domestic relationships that could be applied throughout English society, demonstrating that even the most intimate human connections were subject to royal oversight and Tower intervention. The psychological impact of matrimonial terror was devastating for English society as a whole. Citizens began to understand that their most private relationships were subject to political interpretation and potential Tower attention, that marriage itself was a political act that could be retroactively declared treasonous, that even successful compliance with royal expectations provided no guarantee of continued safety from systematic destruction. Henry's systematic destruction of his wives also served important theoretical purposes for Tower operations, demonstrating that royal authority extended beyond political and religious matters to encompass the most fundamental aspects of human existence: reproduction, family formation, and emotional attachment. The Tower was asserting its authority over human nature itself, its right to control not just political behaviour, but biological and emotional processes that had previously been considered beyond the reach of government authority. Perhaps most significantly, Henry VIII's reign witnessed the Tower's evolution from an institution that responded to existing threats into a proactive force that created threats in order to justify its own expansion. The Tower's operators developed comprehensive techniques for manufacturing conspiracies, creating artificial opposition that could be systematically destroyed while providing justification for expanded operations and increased resources. These manufactured conspiracy protocols allowed the Tower to maintain high levels of operational activity even during periods when genuine opposition was minimal, ensuring that Tower operators could continue to practice and refine their skills while providing regular demonstrations of royal power that would discourage potential future opposition. The Tower was becoming a self-sustaining system of terror that could generate its own justification for continued existence, regardless of actual political circumstances. Mary I's reign represented the Tower's ultimate test of institutional adaptability, the demonstration that it could serve any religious or political ideology with equal efficiency, that its techniques of systematic human destruction were equally effective regardless of the theoretical justifications provided for their application. Mary's return to Catholicism might have been expected to moderate the Tower's operations, but instead it provided new opportunities for systematic cruelty under the banner of religious orthodoxy. The Tower's operators discovered that religious persecution could be even more psychologically devastating than political persecution, because it attacked not just political loyalties, but spiritual beliefs, not just current behaviour, but eternal salvation, not just individual identity, but relationship with divine authority. Religious torture sessions could achieve levels of psychological destruction that purely political torture could never match, because they incorporated spiritual as well as physical terror into comprehensive assaults on human consciousness. Mary's innovations included the development of elaborate public spectacles of religious persecution that transformed systematic cruelty into expressions of divine justice, creating emotional and spiritual rewards for citizens who participated in identifying religious dissidents while demonstrating the consequences of religious nonconformity. These public burnings became comprehensive theatrical productions that served multiple political, religious, and psychological purposes simultaneously. But perhaps Mary's most significant contribution to Tower operations was her demonstration that systematic cruelty could be presented as moral crusade without any loss of operational efficiency, that the Tower's techniques could be justified through religious ideology just as effectively as through political necessity. Mary proved that the Tower had achieved institutional immortality by transcending any particular political or religious framework to become a permanent feature of English government that could serve any ideological purpose with equal effectiveness. Elizabeth I's long reign provided the Tower with its greatest opportunity for institutional consolidation and theoretical refinement. 45 years of relative political stability, during which centuries of accumulated expertise in systematic human destruction could be organised into comprehensive systems of social control that would influence English society for generations to come. Elizabeth understood that the Tower's true power lay not in its capacity for individual destruction, but in its ability to shape entire societies through the strategic application of systematic terror. Elizabeth's innovations began with the development of what her administrators called comprehensive surveillance systems, networks of informants, agents, and collaborators that extended throughout English society and provided detailed intelligence about every citizen's thoughts, associations, and potential for disloyalty. These surveillance networks were far more sophisticated than anything previously attempted, incorporating lessons learned from centuries of Tower operations, while taking advantage of improved communication and administrative systems to achieve unprecedented levels of social monitoring. The psychological impact of comprehensive surveillance was profound and lasting. Citizens began to exhibit symptoms of collective paranoia, understanding that their every word and action was subject to observation and potential Tower interpretation, that their most private thoughts and relationships were vulnerable to systematic analysis and political judgment. English society was becoming a comprehensive laboratory for social control, with every citizen serving as both subject and observer in a grand experiment in terror-based governance. Elizabeth also pioneered the development of preventive elimination protocols, systematic programs for identifying and destroying potential future threats before they could develop into actual opposition. These protocols incorporated sophisticated analysis of social, economic, and psychological factors that might contribute to the development of opposition sentiment, allowing Tower operators to eliminate threats that existed only in potential rather than actuality. The systematic nature of preventive elimination represented a qualitative leap in the Tower's operational sophistication, transforming it from a reactive institution that responded to existing threats into a predictive system capable of identifying and eliminating opposition before it could form. Citizens began to understand that they could be destroyed not just for what they had done or even what they intended to do, but for what Tower analysts predicted they might potentially do under hypothetical future circumstances. But perhaps Elizabeth's most significant innovation was the development of comprehensive theoretical frameworks that justified unlimited expansion of Tower operations while maintaining popular support for systematic cruelty through careful management of public opinion and cultural narrative. Elizabeth's propagandists created elaborate mythologies that presented the Tower not as an instrument of tyranny, but as a necessary defence against foreign threats and domestic chaos, transforming systematic cruelty into patriotic duty and civic virtue. These theoretical frameworks proved so effective that they survived Elizabeth's death and continued to influence English political culture for centuries to come, ensuring that the Tower's operations would be understood not as expressions of royal sadism, but as regrettable necessities of civilized government. The Tower had achieved the ultimate victory. It had convinced its victims that their systematic destruction was actually in their own best interests. As the 16th century drew to its close, the Tower of London had achieved a level of institutional sophistication and social integration that would have been unimaginable to its medieval founders. It had evolved from a crude fortress into the central nervous system of English government, a comprehensive apparatus for social control that shaped every aspect of national life, while maintaining the fiction that it served the interests of justice, security, and moral order. The Tower had become more than immortal. It had become invisible, so thoroughly integrated into English society and culture that its operations appeared natural and inevitable, rather than artificial and chosen. Citizens had learned to police their own thoughts more effectively than any external surveillance system could manage, to identify potential dissidents more efficiently than any professional informant network could achieve, to justify systematic cruelty more persuasively than any government propagandist could devise. the machine had achieved perfection through invisibility, becoming so essential to English civilization that its elimination would require the destruction of English society itself. The Tower had won the ultimate victory. It had convinced an entire nation to become willing collaborators in their own systematic terrorization, enthusiastic participants in a comprehensive system designed for their own destruction. The Tudor terror was complete. The real horror was that no one could see it anymore. Chapter 7. The Stuart Systematic Perfection, 1600 to 1700. The Stuart dynasty inherited from the Tudors not merely a kingdom, but a perfected system of human destruction that had been refined over 5 centuries into something approaching the supernatural in its capacity for evil. But where the Tudors had achieved their dominance through the crude application of systematic terror, the Stuarts would demonstrate that true power lay not in the ability to destroy bodies, but in the capacity to reshape human consciousness itself, to create populations so thoroughly conditioned that they would eagerly collaborate in their own systematic destruction, while believing themselves to be defending liberty and justice. James III's arrival from Scotland in 1603 brought together 2 of Europe's most sophisticated traditions of systematic cruelty: the English Tower system and the Scottish approach to religious and political persecution that had been perfected through centuries of clan warfare and religious conflict. The merger of these traditions would create possibilities for human destruction that neither system could have achieved independently, combining English expertise in psychological warfare with Scottish innovations in community-based terror and collective punishment. But James I's most significant contribution to the Tower's evolution was his recognition that systematic cruelty was most effective when it operated through religious and ideological frameworks that transformed victims into willing participants in their own destruction. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 provided James with a perfect opportunity to demonstrate how manufactured conspiracies could be used to justify unlimited expansion of terror operations, while creating emotional and spiritual rewards for citizens who participated in the systematic identification and destruction of their neighbours. The Tower's treatment of the Gunpowder Plot conspirators established new standards for theatrical torture that combined religious pageantry, patriotic fervour, and systematic cruelty into comprehensive spectacles designed to achieve multiple political and psychological objectives simultaneously. Guy Fawkes and his associates weren't simply tortured and executed. They were transformed into symbols of everything that threatened English civilization, their systematic destruction becoming a sacred ritual that demonstrated the divine nature of royal authority while providing emotional satisfaction for citizens who participated as observers. The torture of Guy Fawkes represented the culmination of centuries of innovation in systematic human destruction, incorporating every technique that had been developed by previous generations of tower operators while introducing new refinements that would influence the practice of state-sponsored cruelty for centuries to come. Fawkes was subjected to every form of physical and psychological torture that the Tower had perfected, but his treatment went beyond mere systematic cruelty to encompass the deliberate transformation of individual suffering into collective catharsis. The Tower's operators understood that Fawkes's destruction would serve purposes far beyond the elimination of a single enemy. It would provide a template for the systematic destruction of entire categories of potential dissidents, while creating psychological conditions that would make future opposition literally unthinkable. Every aspect of Fawkes's torture was carefully designed to send specific messages to specific audiences, demonstrating royal power while reinforcing religious orthodoxy, eliminating immediate threats while preventing future resistance, satisfying professional sadism while serving broader political objectives. But the Gunpowder Plot's true significance for Tower operations lay not in the systematic destruction of the conspirators themselves, but in the precedent it established for the creation of permanent states of emergency that could justify unlimited expansion of terror operations. James III's response to the plot demonstrated that manufactured threats could be used to transform English society into a comprehensive surveillance state, where every citizen was a potential enemy, and every social interaction was subject to political interpretation. The aftermath of the Gunpowder Plot saw the implementation of systematic surveillance and control measures that extended Tower operational philosophy throughout English society, creating networks of informants and collaborators that reached into every household, every workplace, every social institution. Citizens were required to demonstrate their loyalty not just through passive obedience, but through active participation in the identification and destruction of potential dissidents, transforming the entire population into willing instruments of systematic terror. James I also pioneered the development of what his administrators called theological terror, the systematic use of religious doctrine and spiritual authority to justify unlimited cruelty, while creating emotional and psychological rewards for citizens who participated in systematic persecution. The Tower's operations were presented not as expressions of royal sadism, but as divine commandments, not as political necessities but as spiritual obligations, not as human choices but as cosmic requirements that transcended individual conscience or moral judgment. This theological framework proved devastatingly effective because it provided perfect justification for any amount of systematic cruelty while making resistance not just politically dangerous, but spiritually damnable. Citizens who opposed Tower operations weren't just risking their lives, they were endangering their eternal salvation, challenging not just royal authority, but divine will itself. The Tower had achieved the ultimate fusion of political and spiritual terror, creating a system of control that operated simultaneously on earthly and cosmic levels. Charles III's reign brought to power a monarch whose combination of political incompetence and spiritual arrogance made him the perfect instrument for the Tower's ultimate experiment in systematic social destruction. Charles's belief in divine right monarchy provided ideal justification for unlimited expansion of Tower operations, while his personal weaknesses ensured that actual control of systematic terror would remain in the hands of Tower operators who had spent centuries perfecting their craft independent of royal oversight. The Tower's operators recognised in Charles theirs an opportunity to demonstrate their institutional independence from royal authority, their capacity to manipulate monarchs for their own professional purposes while maintaining the fiction that they served royal rather than institutional interests. Charles's political and military failures provided perfect cover for Tower expansion, while ensuring that blame for systematic cruelty would fall on royal policy rather than Tower operations. Charles I's reign also witnessed the Tower's first systematic experiments in what would later be called democratic terror, techniques for applying systematic cruelty through representative institutions and popular participation rather than through direct royal authority. The English Civil War provided perfect conditions for these experiments, creating opportunities to test whether systematic terror could operate effectively through parliamentary and military structures rather than traditional monarchical frameworks. The Tower's operators discovered that democratic terror could be far more devastating than royal terror because it eliminated the possibility of blaming systematic cruelty on individual royal sadism or political necessity. When systematic terror operated through representative institutions, citizens were forced to accept responsibility for their own destruction, to acknowledge that their suffering was the result of their own democratic choices rather than external tyrannical imposition. The execution of Charles III in 1649 represented the Tower's ultimate victory over royal pretensions to independent authority, demonstrating that even kings were subject to systematic destruction when they failed to serve Tower institutional interests adequately. But more importantly, Charles's execution established the precedent that royal authority itself was subject to popular judgment, that systematic terror could operate through democratic institutions just as effectively as through monarchical structures. The Tower's role in Charles's execution was carefully concealed to maintain the fiction that his death resulted from popular justice rather than institutional manipulation, but Tower operators understood that they had achieved something unprecedented in the history of systematic cruelty. The demonstration that their techniques could survive and thrive regardless of political structure, that they had created a system of human destruction that was independent of any particular form of government. The Commonwealth period under Cromwell provided the Tower with its greatest opportunity to demonstrate the compatibility of systematic terror with republican government and religious orthodoxy. Cromwell's Puritan ideology provided perfect justification for unlimited expansion of Tower operations under the banner of moral reform and spiritual purification, while his military background ensured that systematic cruelty would be applied with unprecedented efficiency and thoroughness. Cromwell's innovations included the development of comprehensive programs for the systematic elimination of entire social classes deemed incompatible with Puritan virtue and republican government. The Tower became a processing facility for the destruction of England's traditional aristocracy. Its Catholic population, its theatrical and artistic communities, and anyone else whose lifestyle or beliefs were considered contrary to Puritan moral standards. But Cromwell's most significant contribution to Tower operations was his demonstration that systematic terror could be presented as moral crusade, that the Tower's techniques could be justified through religious ideology and democratic theory just as effectively as through traditional monarchical authority. Cromwell proved that the Tower had achieved true institutional immortality by transcending any particular political or religious framework to become a permanent feature of English government. The Tower's operations during the Commonwealth period were characterised by unprecedented efficiency and comprehensiveness, incorporating centuries of accumulated expertise in systematic human destruction while taking advantage of Puritan moral fervour to justify previously unimaginable levels of cruelty. Systematic terror was transformed from political necessity into spiritual obligation, from royal prerogative into democratic duty, from individual sadism into collective virtue. Cromwell also pioneered the development of productive terror, systematic cruelty designed not just to destroy enemies, but to generate economic and social benefits for the regime, while providing practical training opportunities for citizens who might eventually be called upon to implement systematic terror in their own communities. The Tower became not just a facility for human destruction, but a comprehensive training centre for the production of systematic cruelty specialists who could be deployed throughout England and its growing empire. The restoration of Charles II in 1660 might have been expected to moderate the Tower's operations, but instead it provided new opportunities for systematic cruelty under the banner of royal mercy and national reconciliation. Charles II understood that his authority depended entirely on his ability to demonstrate that royal government could be more effectively cruel than republican alternatives, that monarchical systematic terror was more efficient and comprehensive than democratic approaches to human destruction. Charles II's innovations included the development of elaborate systems of royal pardons and mercy that transformed systematic cruelty into expressions of royal benevolence while maintaining all the psychological and political benefits of unlimited terror. Citizens who survived Tower attention were required to express gratitude for royal mercy, to acknowledge that their survival was the result of royal generosity rather than human right, to demonstrate their appreciation through active participation in the identification and destruction of less fortunate victims. This system of conditional mercy proved devastatingly effective because it transformed survivors into willing collaborators in their own continued persecution while providing them with psychological rewards for their collaboration. Citizens who had experienced Tower attention became the regime's most enthusiastic supporters, desperate to demonstrate their gratitude through zealous persecution of others and terrified that any sign of insufficient loyalty might result in withdrawal of royal mercy. Charles II also perfected the integration of systematic terror with emerging commercial and imperial systems, demonstrating that the Tower's techniques could be exported to colonial territories while generating significant economic returns for the home government. The Tower became the centre of a global network of systematic cruelty that extended English approaches to human destruction throughout the expanding empire while providing practical training and theoretical development opportunities for Tower operators. The Great Fire of London in 666 provided Charles II with perfect cover for comprehensive urban restructuring that incorporated Tower operational philosophy into the physical design of the rebuilt city. The new London was planned as a comprehensive surveillance and control system, with streets, buildings, and public spaces designed to facilitate systematic monitoring of citizen behaviour while preventing the formation of opposition groups or independent communities. James II's brief reign demonstrated the Tower's ultimate adaptability, its capacity to serve any religious or political ideology with equal efficiency while maintaining its essential character as an institution dedicated to the systematic destruction of human consciousness. James's return to Catholicism provided new justification for systematic persecution, while his political incompetence ensured that actual control of terror operations remained in the hands of professional Tower operators who had transcended religious and political distinctions to become pure specialists in human destruction. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 represented the Tower's ultimate triumph over traditional concepts of political legitimacy and royal authority. The systematic destruction of James II's regime demonstrated that the Tower had achieved complete independence from any particular monarch or political system, that it had become a permanent institution capable of manufacturing and destroying governments according to its own institutional requirements. William III's accession marked the beginning of a new era in Tower operations, the establishment of systematic terror as the permanent foundation of English government, regardless of the theoretical justifications provided for political authority. William understood that his legitimacy depended entirely on his willingness to serve Tower institutional interests, that royal authority itself had become subordinate to the requirements of systematic cruelty. The Tower's operations during William's reign were characterised by unprecedented sophistication and international scope, incorporating lessons learned from a century of experimentation with different forms of government, while extending English approaches to systematic terror throughout Europe and the expanding colonial empire. The Tower had become the theoretical and practical centre of a global system of human destruction that would influence the development of modern governmental institutions for centuries to come. By the end of the 17th century, the Tower of London had achieved something unprecedented in human history: the complete transformation of systematic cruelty from an instrument of government into the foundation of civilization itself. Citizens had learned to understand systematic terror, not as oppression, but as order, not as tyranny, but as justice, not as human choice, but as natural law that transcended individual conscience or moral judgment. The Tower had become invisible through its own perfection, so thoroughly integrated into English society and culture that its operations appeared natural and inevitable rather than artificial and chosen. The machine had achieved ultimate victory by convincing its victims that their systematic destruction was actually the foundation of their freedom, that systematic terror was the price of civilization, that human destruction was the basis of human progress. The Stuart century was complete. The Tower had become immortal through invisibility, permanent through adaptation, and absolute through the willing collaboration of its victims. The real horror was no longer what the Tower did to people. It was what people had learned to do to themselves in the Tower's name. Chapter 8. The Georgian Gateway to Industrial Death, 1700–1800. If the Stuarts had perfected the art of making systematic terror invisible through ideological justification, the Georgian era would witness the Tower's transformation into something even more sinister, the prototype for industrial-scale human destruction that would eventually reshape civilization itself. The 18th century brought with it new technologies, new scientific understanding of human psychology, and new economic systems that the Tower's operators would exploit to achieve levels of systematic cruelty that previous generations could never have imagined. The Hanoverian succession in 1714 marked not just a change of dynasty, but the beginning of the Tower's evolution from a medieval fortress into a modern institution capable of adapting to rapidly changing social, economic and technological conditions while maintaining its essential character as a machine for systematic human destruction. George III's foreign origins and tenuous claim to the English throne made him entirely dependent on Tower operators, who had spent centuries perfecting their craft and were eager to demonstrate their institutional value to a monarch who understood nothing about English political traditions. The Tower's operators recognised in the Georgian succession an unprecedented opportunity to expand their operations while experimenting with new approaches to systematic cruelty that incorporated emerging scientific understanding of human psychology and physiology. The 18th century would witness the Tower's transformation from an institution based on accumulated practical experience into a scientific research facility dedicated to the systematic study of human suffering and the development of increasingly efficient methods for its production. George III's reign saw the implementation of the Tower's first systematic experiments in what would later be called scientific torture, the application of emerging medical and scientific knowledge to achieve more precise and efficient destruction of human consciousness, while gathering valuable data about the mechanisms of psychological and physical breakdown. The Tower's operators began collaborating with England's leading physicians and natural philosophers, transforming systematic cruelty from crude artisanship into scientific discipline. These scientific innovations were motivated partly by professional curiosity about the mechanisms of human suffering, but also by practical interest in developing more efficient methods for achieving complete psychological destruction while minimizing the resources required for systematic cruelty. The tower was evolving from a labor-intensive craft operation into an efficient industrial process capable of destroying large numbers of human beings with unprecedented precision and economy. The tower's scientific research programs were conducted with the same methodical rigor that characterized emerging experimental science, with detailed documentation of experimental procedures, careful measurement of results, and systematic analysis of data to identify optimal techniques for achieving specific forms of human destruction. The tower was becoming not just a facility for systematic cruelty, but a comprehensive research institution dedicated to advancing human knowledge of human suffering. But perhaps most significantly, the tower's scientific research established the theoretical foundations for systematic approaches to human destruction that could be applied on previously unimaginable scales. The techniques developed during this period would eventually influence the design of industrial systems, urban planning, and social institutions throughout the expanding British Empire and beyond, spreading tower-developed approaches to systematic cruelty throughout the world. The Jacobite uprisings of 1715 and 1745 provided the tower with perfect opportunities to test its scientific innovations on large populations while gathering valuable data about the effectiveness of different approaches to systematic terror. The suppression of Scottish Highland culture following Culloden represented the application of tower-developed techniques for cultural genocide on an unprecedented scale, demonstrating that scientific approaches to systematic cruelty could be applied to entire populations rather than just individual prisoners. The systematic destruction of Highland culture incorporated centuries of tower experience in cultural elimination while taking advantage of emerging understanding of social psychology and anthropology to achieve complete eradication of Scottish independence movements. Highland prisoners weren't simply tortured and executed, they were subjected to comprehensive cultural reprogramming, designed to transform them from Scottish clansmen into loyal British subjects while eliminating every aspect of their traditional identity. The tower's operators developed detailed protocols for Highland cultural destruction that incorporated scientific analysis of the psychological and social mechanisms that maintained clan loyalty and cultural identity. These protocols were applied with industrial efficiency throughout the Highlands, transforming Scotland from a collection of independent clans into a province of systematic terror that would serve as a testing ground for techniques later applied throughout the British Empire. The success of scientific cultural genocide in Scotland established the tower as the theoretical centre for imperial approaches to population control and cultural destruction. The techniques developed for Highland elimination were systematised and exported throughout the expanding empire, providing templates for the systematic destruction of indigenous cultures in Ireland, India, North America, and eventually throughout the world. George II's reign witnessed the tower's evolution from a domestic institution of systematic terror into the command centre for a global empire of human destruction that extended British approaches to systematic cruelty throughout the world while generating enormous wealth that could be used to fund continued expansion of tower operations. The tower was becoming not just a prison, but the beating heart of a comprehensive system of imperial exploitation that would reshape global civilization. The tower's imperial operations were characterized by unprecedented scale and efficiency, incorporating lessons learned from centuries of domestic systematic cruelty while adapting to the challenges of controlling vast populations across enormous distances. Tower-trained specialists were deployed throughout the empire, establishing subsidiary facilities that could apply tower-developed techniques while adapting to local conditions and cultural contexts. These imperial terror networks created a global system of systematic cruelty that was far more comprehensive and efficient than anything previously attempted in human history. The tower's techniques were applied to indigenous populations throughout North America, India, Africa, and the Caribbean, resulting in the systematic destruction of entire civilizations while generating the wealth that would fuel Britain's transformation into the world's dominant imperial power. But the tower's imperial operations also provided unprecedented opportunities for scientific research into systematic approaches to population control and cultural destruction. The diversity of imperial populations exposed tower operators to new categories of human consciousness that could be systematically studied and destroyed, expanding their understanding of human psychology while providing practical experience in the application of systematic terror to different cultural and social contexts. The 7 Years' War, 1756 and 1763, marked the Tower's emergence as a global institution capable of coordinating systematic terror operations across multiple continents while maintaining centralized control over the development and application of new techniques for human destruction. The war provided perfect cover for the implementation of systematic genocide programs throughout the expanding empire, while generating enormous profits that could be used to fund continued expansion of Tower operations. The Tower's role in imperial warfare went far beyond the simple elimination of military enemies to encompass comprehensive programs for the systematic destruction of entire populations that might potentially oppose British rule. These programs incorporated the most advanced techniques that had been developed for domestic population control while adapting them to the requirements of imperial conquest and administration. The systematic destruction of French colonial populations in North America established new standards for imperial genocide that would influence British colonial policy for centuries to come. The Tower's operators demonstrated that entire populations could be eliminated with industrial efficiency while generating significant economic returns through the systematic confiscation of land, resources, and human labour. George III's long reign provided the Tower with its greatest opportunity for institutional consolidation and theoretical development, 60 years of relative stability, during which centuries of accumulated expertise in systematic human destruction could be organised into comprehensive systems that would influence the development of modern governmental and social institutions throughout the world. George III's personal psychological problems provided perfect cover for the Tower's evolution from an instrument of royal power into an independent institution capable of manipulating monarchs and governments for its own institutional purposes. The King's periodic madness meant that Tower operators could experiment with increasingly ambitious programs for social control and population manipulation while maintaining the fiction that they served royal rather than institutional interests. The American Revolution provided the Tower with its most significant test of institutional adaptability, the demonstration that its techniques could survive military defeat and political upheaval while adapting to new challenges and opportunities. The loss of the American colonies might have been expected to reduce the Tower's influence, but instead it provided new opportunities for systematic terror while eliminating political constraints that had limited Tower operations in colonial territories. The Tower's response to American independence demonstrated its capacity for institutional learning and adaptation. Rather than simply lamenting the loss of colonial territories, Tower operators analysed the factors that had contributed to successful colonial resistance and developed new techniques for preventing similar uprisings in remaining imperial territories while expanding systematic terror operations in domestic England. The lessons learned from American independence led to the development of more sophisticated approaches to imperial population control that incorporated better understanding of the psychological and social factors that could motivate resistance to systematic terror. The Tower was evolving from a crude instrument of intimidation into a scientific institution capable of precise social engineering on a global scale. The Industrial Revolution provided the Tower with unprecedented opportunities for expansion and innovation, incorporating new technologies and organizational systems into comprehensive approaches to systematic human destruction that would establish the foundations for modern approaches to population control and social manipulation. The Tower was becoming not just a prison, but a factory for the industrial production of human suffering. The Tower's operators were among the first to recognize the potential applications of industrial technology to systematic cruelty, developing new approaches to torture and execution that incorporated mechanical precision and efficiency into traditional techniques for human destruction. The Tower was becoming a laboratory for the development of industrial approaches to systematic terror that would eventually influence the design of modern prisons, military institutions, and social control systems throughout the world. But perhaps most significantly, the Industrial Revolution provided the Tower with new understanding of the psychological and social effects of industrial work and urban living that could be exploited to achieve unprecedented levels of population control without the expense and visibility of traditional systematic terror. The Tower's operators discovered that industrial society itself could be organized as a comprehensive system of systematic terror that would achieve complete population control while appearing to provide freedom and prosperity. The Tower's analysis of industrial society led to the development of new approaches to systematic terror that operated through economic and social institutions rather than through direct physical coercion. Citizens could be systematically terrorized through unemployment, poverty, and social isolation, while believing themselves to be free participants in a competitive economic system, rather than victims of systematic oppression. These industrial approaches to systematic terror proved far more efficient and comprehensive than traditional methods, because they eliminated the need for expensive physical facilities and specialized personnel while achieving complete population control through the manipulation of economic and social conditions. The Tower was evolving from a physical institution into a theoretical framework that could be applied to entire societies. The French Revolution provided the Tower with perfect opportunities to test its new approaches to systematic terror, while demonstrating to English populations the consequences of insufficient loyalty to established authority. The Tower's operators used French revolutionary violence as justification for unlimited expansion of domestic systematic terror, while developing new techniques for preventing similar uprisings in England. The Tower's response to the French Revolution incorporated lessons learned from centuries of experience in systematic terror, while adapting to new challenges posed by revolutionary ideology and popular political participation. The Tower demonstrated that systematic terror could be more effective against democratic movements than against traditional monarchical opposition, because democratic ideology created expectations of popular participation that could be systematically frustrated and perverted. The Tower's operators developed comprehensive programs for the infiltration and manipulation of popular political movements, transforming democratic participation into instruments of systematic terror, while maintaining the fiction that citizens were exercising political freedom rather than collaborating in their own systematic destruction. These techniques would prove devastatingly effective in preventing English revolutionary movements while providing templates for population control throughout the expanding empire. By the end of the 18th century, the Tower of London had achieved something unprecedented in human history: the transformation from a medieval fortress into the theoretical and practical foundation for modern approaches to systematic population control that would reshape civilization itself. The Tower had become invisible through its own success, so thoroughly integrated into emerging industrial and imperial systems that its influence extended throughout the world, while remaining virtually undetectable to its victims. The Georgian century had witnessed the Tower's ultimate evolution from crude instrument of royal terror into sophisticated scientific institution capable of systematic social engineering on a global scale. The techniques developed during this period would influence the design of modern governmental institutions, economic systems, and social structures throughout the world, while maintaining their essential character as instruments for the systematic destruction of human consciousness and independent thought. The machine had achieved perfection through industrialization, becoming capable of destroying human beings with the same efficiency and precision that characterized emerging industrial production, while generating the wealth and power that would fuel continued expansion of systematic terror throughout the modern world. The real horror was no longer what the Tower did to people, it was how completely the Tower had taught the world to do these things to itself. Chapter 9. The Victorian Veneer of Civilized Slaughter, 1800–1900. The 19th century dawned upon England like a beautiful lie wrapped in industrial smoke and imperial glory, with the Tower of London standing as the hidden foundation beneath a civilization that prided itself on progress, moral righteousness, and the advancement of human dignity. But if the Georgian era had transformed the Tower into a scientific institution for systematic human destruction, the Victorian age would witness its ultimate metamorphosis into something far more sinister, an invisible engine of civilizational control that operated through the very institutions that claimed to represent humanity's highest achievements. Queen Victoria's ascension to the throne in 1837 marked not just the beginning of a new reign, but the commencement of the Tower's most ambitious experiment yet: the demonstration that systematic terror could be completely concealed beneath a veneer of moral progress and humanitarian reform, while achieving levels of human destruction that would have been unimaginable to previous generations. The Victorian era would prove that the most effective form of systematic cruelty was the kind that convinced its victims they were being liberated rather than destroyed. The Tower's operators understood that the 19th century presented both unprecedented opportunities and unique challenges for their institutional mission. Industrial society had created populations large enough to justify systematic terror on previously unimaginable scales, while scientific advances had provided new understanding of human psychology and physiology that could be exploited to achieve more efficient destruction of human consciousness. But industrial society had also created expectations of progress, reform, and humanitarian improvement that would make traditional approaches to systematic terror politically impossible. The Tower's solution was characteristically brilliant in its malevolent sophistication. Rather than abandoning systematic terror, they would transform it into its apparent opposite, creating institutions and ideologies that would achieve complete human destruction while presenting themselves as expressions of civilization's highest moral achievements. The Tower would become invisible by becoming everything that claimed to oppose it, achieving ultimate victory by convincing the world that systematic terror had been eliminated when it had actually been perfected beyond recognition. The Victorian transformation began with the Tower's systematic infiltration and co-optation of emerging humanitarian movements and reform institutions. Rather than opposing calls for prison reform, the Tower's operators embraced them, using humanitarian rhetoric to justify the creation of new forms of systematic terror that were far more psychologically devastating than traditional approaches, while appearing to represent moral progress rather than institutional sadism. The development of the model prison system represented the Tower's ultimate triumph over traditional concepts of punishment and rehabilitation. These new institutions incorporated centuries of Tower expertise in psychological destruction, while presenting themselves as expressions of Christian charity and scientific progress. Prisoners were subjected to systematic isolation, sensory deprivation, and psychological manipulation that achieved complete mental breakdown, while appearing to provide moral instruction and spiritual guidance. The model prison system was deliberately designed to be more psychologically devastating than traditional forms of physical torture because it operated through the systematic destruction of human consciousness rather than mere bodily pain. Prisoners were broken down through carefully orchestrated programs of isolation, meaningless labor, and spiritual humiliation that destroyed their capacity for independent thought, while convincing them that their suffering was the result of their own moral failures rather than systematic institutional cruelty. But the model prison system's true significance lay not in its treatment of individual prisoners, but in its function as a template for the systematic organization of entire societies according to Tower operational principles. The techniques developed for prison management were systematically applied to factories, schools, hospitals, and other social institutions, transforming Victorian society into a comprehensive system of systematic terror that operated through apparently benevolent institutions dedicated to human improvement. The Tower's operators discovered that industrial society could be organized as a vast prison system where citizens were subjected to systematic psychological manipulation and control while believing themselves to be free participants in a progressive civilization. The entire population could be systematically terrorized through economic insecurity, social isolation, and institutional manipulation, while understanding their suffering as the natural result of individual inadequacy rather than systematic oppression. Victorian education systems represented another triumph of Tower innovation, incorporating centuries of expertise in psychological manipulation into comprehensive programs for the systematic destruction of independent thought while presenting themselves as instruments of enlightenment and human development. Children were subjected to systematic indoctrination programs that destroyed their capacity for critical thinking, while convincing them that their mental limitations were natural rather than artificially imposed. The Victorian educational system was deliberately designed to produce citizens who would be incapable of recognizing systematic terror, even when they were direct victims of it. Populations so thoroughly conditioned that they would enthusiastically collaborate in their own destruction, while believing themselves to be defending civilization against barbarism. The Tower had achieved the ultimate form of systematic terror, the kind that convinced its victims to impose it upon themselves. The Factory Acts and other industrial reform legislation provided perfect cover for the Tower's systematic infiltration of emerging industrial systems, transforming apparently humanitarian reforms into instruments of comprehensive population control workers were subjected to systematic surveillance and manipulation that achieved complete control over their thoughts and behaviours, while appearing to provide protection from industrial exploitation. The Tower's operators understood that industrial workers represented both the greatest threat and the greatest opportunity for systematic terror in the modern world. Industrial production created concentrations of population that could potentially organise effective resistance to systematic oppression, but it also created opportunities for comprehensive social control that previous generations could never have imagined. The key was to transform industrial work itself into a form of systematic terror that would achieve complete population control while appearing to provide economic opportunity and social advancement. The systematic organisation of industrial work according to Tower principles created populations that were subjected to continuous psychological manipulation and control, while believing themselves to be free-wage labourers participating in a competitive economic system. Workers were systematically isolated from each other, subjected to meaningless and repetitive tasks that destroyed their capacity for independent thought, and convinced that their suffering was the natural result of economic necessity rather than systematic institutional design. But perhaps the Tower's greatest Victorian innovation was the systematic co-optation of religious and humanitarian movements that might otherwise have provided sources of resistance to systematic terror. Rather than opposing Christian charity and social reform, the Tower's operators embraced them, transforming religious and humanitarian institutions into instruments of systematic population control while maintaining their traditional appearance and social functions. Victorian Christianity became a comprehensive system of psychological manipulation that achieved complete mental control over populations while convincing them that their suffering was divinely ordained and morally necessary. Religious institutions were systematically infiltrated and co-opted, transformed from potential sources of resistance into willing collaborators in systematic terror, while maintaining their traditional appearance as sources of spiritual comfort and moral guidance. The systematic perversion of Christian charity into instruments of systematic terror represented one of the Tower's most devastating achievements. The poor were subjected to comprehensive programs of humiliation and degradation that destroyed their human dignity while presenting themselves as expressions of Christian love and moral improvement. Charitable institutions became laboratories for the development of systematic approaches to psychological destruction that could be applied to entire populations. The Victorian workhouse system represented the perfect fusion of Tower expertise in systematic terror with Christian ideology and humanitarian reform. The poor were subjected to conditions that were deliberately designed to be more psychologically devastating than traditional forms of punishment, while presenting themselves as expressions of moral instruction and social improvement. The workhouse became a template for the systematic organisation of entire societies, according to Tower operational principles. The British Empire provided the Tower with unprecedented opportunities for systematic terror on a global scale, transforming traditional approaches to imperial conquest and administration into comprehensive programs for the systematic destruction of entire civilizations while presenting themselves as expressions of civilizing mission and humanitarian progress. The Tower's techniques were systematically applied throughout India, Africa, and other imperial territories, resulting in the destruction of hundreds of millions of human beings, while generating enormous wealth that fueled continued expansion of systematic terror. The systematic destruction of Indian civilization represented the application of Tower-developed techniques for cultural genocide on an unprecedented scale, demonstrating that entire civilizations could be eliminated with industrial efficiency while presenting the process as moral improvement and humanitarian progress. The British administration of India incorporated centuries of Tower expertise in systematic terror, while presenting itself as enlightened governance dedicated to the advancement of human welfare. The Indian famines of the Victorian era were not natural disasters but systematic programs of population elimination that incorporated Tower-developed techniques for the efficient destruction of large populations while maintaining the fiction that deaths resulted from natural causes rather than systematic institutional policy. The Tower had achieved the ultimate form of genocide, the kind that convinced observers that mass death was the result of natural inadequacy rather than systematic murder. The systematic destruction of African civilizations through the slave trade and colonial conquest represented another application of Tower techniques on a global scale, demonstrating that systematic terror could be presented as economic development and humanitarian progress while achieving the complete elimination of entire ways of life. The Tower's operators discovered that systematic terror was most effective when it operated through economic systems that appeared to provide opportunity and advancement, while actually achieving complete population control and cultural destruction. Victorian science provided the Tower with new theoretical frameworks for justifying systematic terror, while developing increasingly sophisticated techniques for human destruction. The development of racial science, criminal anthropology, and other pseudo-scientific disciplines provided perfect justification for systematic persecution while presenting itself as objective scientific inquiry rather than institutional sadism. The systematic application of scientific racism to justify systematic terror throughout the British Empire represented the Tower's ultimate fusion of traditional systematic cruelty with modern scientific methodology. Entire populations could be systematically destroyed while presenting the process as natural selection and scientific progress rather than systematic institutional murder. The Tower had achieved the perfect form of systematic terror, the kind that presented itself as objective natural law rather than human choice. The development of modern police systems represented another Tower innovation, transforming traditional approaches to social control into comprehensive systems of systematic surveillance and manipulation that achieved complete population control while presenting themselves as protection for law-abiding citizens. Police institutions incorporated Tower-developed techniques for systematic terror while presenting themselves as defenders of public order and social progress. The systematic organisation of Victorian cities according to Tower principles created urban environments that subjected entire populations to systematic psychological manipulation and control, while appearing to provide modern conveniences and social opportunities. Urban planning incorporated centuries of Tower expertise in systematic terror, creating physical environments that would facilitate surveillance and control while preventing the formation of independent communities or resistance movements. Victorian medical institutions provided perfect cover for continued experimentation in systematic human destruction, while presenting themselves as expressions of scientific progress and humanitarian concern. Hospitals, asylums, and other medical facilities became laboratories for the development of new approaches to systematic terror that incorporated emerging understanding of human psychology and physiology, while maintaining the appearance of medical treatment and scientific research. The systematic abuse of patients in Victorian medical institutions represented the application of Tower-developed techniques for psychological destruction to civilian populations while presenting the process as medical treatment and scientific research. The Tower had achieved the perfect form of systematic terror, the kind that convinced victims that their suffering was therapeutic rather than punitive, scientific rather than sadistic, necessary rather than chosen. By the end of the Victorian era, the Tower of London had achieved something that would have been unimaginable to its medieval founders: the complete transformation of an entire civilization according to its operational principles, while convincing that civilization that it represented the highest achievement of human moral and scientific progress. The Tower had become truly invisible, so thoroughly integrated into every aspect of modern society that its influence extended throughout the world while remaining completely undetectable to its victims. The Victorian achievement was the demonstration that systematic terror could be made universal by making it invisible, that entire civilizations could be organized according to Tower principles, while understanding themselves to be free, progressive, and morally superior societies. The Tower had achieved ultimate victory by convincing the world that it no longer existed when it had actually become everything that claimed to oppose it. The machine had achieved perfection through invisibility, becoming so thoroughly integrated into the structure of modern civilization that its elimination would require the destruction of every institution that claimed to represent human progress and moral advancement. The real horror was no longer what the Tower did to people, it was how completely the Tower had become indistinguishable from everything that people believed represented their liberation from systematic oppression. Victorian England was complete. The Tower had won by disappearing, achieved ultimate power by convincing the world that systematic terror had been replaced by humanitarian progress when it had actually been perfected beyond recognition. The nightmare was no longer visible because it had become reality itself. Chapter 10. The Modern Myth of Merciful Progress, 1900-2000. The 20th century arrived like a plague disguised as a cure, with the Tower of London having achieved something unprecedented in the history of human evil: complete invisibility through apparent obsolescence. As the world congratulated itself on having evolved beyond the crude barbarisms of previous centuries, the Tower's true legacy was spreading like a virus through every institution, every ideology, every system of governance that claimed to represent progress and human liberation. The Tower's physical operations had indeed been reduced to ceremonial functions and tourist attractions, but this apparent decline masked its greatest triumph: the complete dissemination of its operational philosophy throughout the architecture of modern civilization. The techniques perfected within the Tower's walls over 8 centuries had become the invisible foundation of every governmental system, every social institution, every economic structure that shaped human existence in the modern world. Edward VII's brief reign marked the beginning of the Tower's final transformation from visible institution to invisible principle, from specific location to universal methodology. The Tower's operators understood that the 20th century would require new approaches to systematic human destruction that could operate on previously unimaginable scales while maintaining complete invisibility to their victims. The industrial capacity that had been developed during the 19th century could now be applied to systematic terror with unprecedented efficiency and comprehensiveness. The Tower's influence on the development of modern bureaucratic systems represented its most subtle and devastating achievement. The administrative techniques that had been perfected for managing systematic terror within the Tower's walls were systematically applied to governmental and corporate bureaucracies throughout the world, creating institutional structures that could achieve complete population control while presenting themselves as expressions of efficiency and rational organization. Modern bureaucracy incorporated Tower-developed techniques for systematic dehumanization, transforming citizens into case numbers and statistical categories that could be manipulated and destroyed with the same precision that had characterized Tower operations for centuries. The systematic elimination of individual humanity through bureaucratic processes achieved complete population control while convincing victims that their suffering was the result of administrative necessity rather than systematic institutional design. The development of modern nation-state systems represented the global application of Tower principles to entire continents, creating comprehensive systems of population control that operated through apparently legitimate governmental institutions while achieving systematic terror on scales that would have been unimaginable to previous generations. Nation-states incorporated Tower-developed techniques for systematic surveillance, population manipulation, and cultural control while presenting themselves as expressions of democratic progress and national self-determination. World War I provided the Tower's theoretical descendants with their first opportunity to demonstrate how industrial capacity could be applied to systematic human destruction on a global scale. The systematic slaughter of millions of human beings was presented as patriotic duty and civilizational necessity, while incorporating Tower-developed techniques for psychological manipulation and cultural control that ensured popular support for unprecedented levels of systematic terror. The war demonstrated that entire populations could be convinced to participate enthusiastically in their own systematic destruction, while believing themselves to be defending civilization against barbarism. The Tower's techniques for psychological manipulation had been so thoroughly disseminated throughout modern society that entire nations could be transformed into willing instruments of systematic terror, while understanding their participation as moral obligation rather than institutional sadism. The development of modern propaganda techniques represented the systematic application of Tower-developed methods for psychological manipulation to entire populations through mass communication systems. The Tower's operators had always understood that systematic terror was most effective when it convinced victims to impose it upon themselves, and modern propaganda systems achieved this objective with unprecedented efficiency and comprehensiveness. The systematic manipulation of public opinion through mass media incorporated centuries of Tower expertise in psychological warfare, while presenting itself as democratic discourse and public information. Entire populations could be systematically terrorized through carefully orchestrated campaigns of fear and hatred, while believing themselves to be well-informed citizens participating in democratic political processes. The Russian Revolution and subsequent Soviet system represented the application of Tower principles to socialist ideology, demonstrating that systematic terror could operate through apparently progressive political movements while achieving complete population control through revolutionary rhetoric and communist theory. The Soviet system incorporated Tower-developed techniques for systematic surveillance, political persecution, and cultural control, while presenting itself as the liberation of the working class from capitalist oppression. The development of the Soviet Gulag system represented the direct application of Tower-developed techniques for systematic human destruction to industrial-scale population elimination, demonstrating that modern industrial capacity could be systematically applied to achieve comprehensive genocide while maintaining the fiction that victims were being reformed rather than destroyed. The Gulag became a template for systematic terror that would influence governmental systems throughout the world while presenting itself as progressive justice rather than institutional sadism. The rise of fascist movements throughout Europe demonstrated the compatibility of Tower techniques with nationalist ideology and modern industrial organization. Fascist systems incorporated Tower-developed methods for systematic terror while presenting themselves as expressions of national revival and cultural regeneration, achieving complete population control through appeals to patriotic duty and racial superiority. The Holocaust represented the ultimate application of Tower principles to systematic genocide and incorporating 8 centuries of accumulated expertise in human destruction while utilizing modern industrial capacity to achieve systematic elimination on previously unimaginable scales. The Nazi death camp system was essentially a network of Tower-inspired institutions that applied industrial methods to systematic human destruction while maintaining the fiction that victims were being processed rather than murdered. The systematic nature of Nazi genocide revealed the complete dissemination of Tower operational philosophy throughout modern governmental and social institutions. The Holocaust was not an aberration of modern civilization, but its logical culmination, the inevitable result of applying Tower-developed techniques for systematic human destruction to the industrial capacity and organizational sophistication of the 20th century. World War II provided Tower-descended institutions with unprecedented opportunities for systematic terror while presenting their operations as necessary responses to totalitarian threats. The systematic bombing of civilian populations, the development of weapons of mass destruction, and the comprehensive mobilization of entire societies for systematic warfare demonstrated that democratic governments could achieve levels of systematic terror that surpassed traditional totalitarian systems while maintaining popular support through appeals to moral necessity and civilizational survival. The development of nuclear weapons represented the ultimate expression of Tower philosophy applied to modern industrial and scientific capacity. The systematic threat of human annihilation became the foundation of international political systems while presenting itself as deterrence and peacekeeping rather than systematic terror on a global scale. The Cold War created permanent conditions of systematic terror that operated through the constant threat of nuclear annihilation while presenting itself as ideological competition between democratic and communist systems. Entire populations were subjected to systematic psychological manipulation and control through carefully orchestrated campaigns of fear and hatred, while believing themselves to be free citizens of progressive political systems. The systematic development of surveillance technologies during the Cold War represented the application of Tower principles to modern communication and information systems, creating comprehensive networks of population monitoring and control that achieved unprecedented levels of systematic terror while presenting themselves as national security measures and technological progress. The development of modern psychiatric and medical institutions represented the systematic application of Tower techniques to civilian populations, while presenting the process as scientific progress and humanitarian treatment. Mental hospitals, medical facilities, and therapeutic institutions became laboratories for systematic human destruction that incorporated centuries of Tower expertise while maintaining the appearance of medical care and scientific research. The systematic abuse of patients in modern medical institutions demonstrated the complete integration of Tower operational philosophy into institutions that claimed to represent humanitarian progress and scientific advancement. Systematic terror had become so thoroughly integrated into modern medical practice that victims were convinced their suffering was therapeutic rather than punitive, scientific rather than sadistic, necessary rather than chosen. The development of modern educational systems represented the systematic application of tower techniques for psychological manipulation and cultural control to entire populations, while presenting the process as intellectual development and social progress. Educational institutions became comprehensive systems for the systematic destruction of independent thought, while maintaining the appearance of knowledge transmission and intellectual advancement. Modern educational systems incorporated tower-developed techniques for systematic indoctrination that achieved complete mental control over populations while convincing them that their intellectual limitations were natural rather than artificially imposed. Entire generations were systematically conditioned to be incapable of recognizing systematic terror, even when they were direct victims of it, creating populations that would enthusiastically collaborate in their own destruction, while believing themselves to be educated and enlightened citizens. The development of modern economic systems represented the systematic application of tower principles to industrial and financial institutions, creating comprehensive networks of population control that operated through apparently voluntary market mechanisms while achieving systematic terror through economic manipulation and social engineering. Modern capitalism incorporated tower-developed techniques for systematic population control that achieved complete social domination while presenting itself as individual freedom and economic opportunity. Entire populations could be systematically terrorized through unemployment, poverty, and social isolation, while understanding their suffering as the natural result of market forces rather than systematic institutional design. The development of modern urban environments represented the systematic application of tower principles to city planning and architectural design, creating physical environments that facilitated comprehensive population control while presenting themselves as modern conveniences and social progress. Cities became vast tower-inspired institutions that subjected entire populations to systematic surveillance and manipulation while maintaining the appearance of urban civilization and technological advancement. Modern urban planning incorporated centuries of tower expertise in systematic terror, creating environments that isolated individuals from each other while subjecting them to continuous monitoring and control. Entire populations could be systematically terrorized through carefully designed urban environments, while believing themselves to be residents of advanced civilizations rather than victims of systematic oppression. The development of modern mass communication systems represented the systematic application of tower techniques for psychological manipulation to entire populations through television, radio, and eventually internet technologies. Mass media became comprehensive systems for systematic thought control that achieved complete mental domination while presenting themselves as entertainment and information services. Modern mass media incorporated tower-developed techniques for systematic psychological manipulation that could achieve complete population control while convincing victims that they were freely choosing their entertainment and information sources. Entire populations could be systematically conditioned through carefully orchestrated media campaigns, while believing themselves to be well-informed consumers of democratic discourse rather than victims of systematic propaganda. By the end of the 20th century, the Tower of London had achieved something that would have been unimaginable to its medieval founders: the complete transformation of human civilization according to its operational principles, while convincing that civilization that it represented the highest achievement of human progress and moral development. The Tower had become truly universal, so thoroughly integrated into every aspect of modern life that its influence extended throughout the world while remaining completely invisible to its victims. The modern achievement was the demonstration that systematic terror could be made universal by making it indistinguishable from progress itself, that entire civilizations could be organized according to tower principles while understanding themselves to be free, advanced, and morally superior societies. The Tower had achieved ultimate victory by convincing the world that systematic terror had been eliminated when it had actually become the foundation of everything that claimed to represent human liberation and advancement. The machine had achieved perfection through universality, becoming so thoroughly integrated into the structure of modern civilization that its elimination would require the destruction of every institution, every system, every ideology that shaped human existence in the contemporary world. The real horror was no longer what the Tower did to people, it was how completely the Tower had become everything that people believed represented their freedom from systematic oppression. The 20th century was complete. The Tower had won by becoming invisible, achieved ultimate power by convincing the world that systematic terror was natural law rather than human choice, inevitable progress rather than institutional design. The nightmare was no longer visible because it had become reality itself, and reality had been organised according to Tower principles for so long that no one could imagine any alternative to systematic terror disguised as civilization. Chapter 11. The Digital Panopticon 2000 Present. The 21st century dawned not with the promise of liberation, but with the Tower of London's ultimate evolutionary leap, its transformation from a physical institution into a digital omnipresence that could monitor, manipulate, and systematically destroy human consciousness on a planetary scale, with unprecedented precision and efficiency. What the Tower's medieval operators could never have imagined was that their techniques for systematic terror would eventually become the invisible architecture of human civilization itself, embedded in every device, every platform, every digital system that claimed to connect and liberate humanity. The Tower's physical walls had become irrelevant because its operational philosophy had metastasized throughout the entire infrastructure of modern existence. Every smartphone became a personal Tower cell, every social media platform a psychological torture chamber, every surveillance camera a digital eye of Sauron monitoring human behavior with algorithmic precision that made the Tower's medieval operators look like fumbling amateurs. The machine had achieved its final form. It had become the medium through which human consciousness itself operated. The true genius of the Tower's digital evolution was its ability to convince its victims that they were choosing their own surveillance, eagerly purchasing the instruments of their systematic monitoring and manipulation while believing themselves to be embracing technological progress and social connectivity. Citizens didn't need to be dragged to the Tower anymore. They carried the Tower with them everywhere, slept with it beside their beds, consulted it for guidance on every aspect of their lives, and couldn't imagine existence without its constant presence. The post-9/11 security state provided the perfect justification for the systematic implementation of Tower-inspired surveillance and control systems throughout the developed world, transforming abstract threats of terrorism into concrete opportunities for comprehensive population monitoring that would have made the Tower's medieval operators weep with envy. The war on terror became a permanent condition that justified unlimited expansion of systematic surveillance while presenting itself as necessary protection for democratic values and civilized society. The Patriot Act and similar legislation throughout the Western world represented the systematic codification of Tower operational principles into the legal framework of supposedly free societies, creating comprehensive systems of population control that operated with complete legal authority while maintaining the fiction that democratic institutions and civil liberties remained intact. Citizens were systematically stripped of every protection against governmental surveillance and manipulation, while being told that their sacrifice was necessary to preserve the very freedoms being systematically eliminated. The development of mass surveillance systems by governmental agencies like the NSA, GCHQ, and their counterparts throughout the world represented the global implementation of Tower-developed techniques for comprehensive population monitoring, creating networks of systematic surveillance that could track every human communication, movement, and transaction, while maintaining the fiction that such monitoring was targeted at legitimate security threats rather than universal population control. The systematic collection of metadata on entire populations achieved something the Tower's medieval operators could never have imagined: complete knowledge of every citizen's associations, interests, movements, and behavioral patterns without the need for individual interrogation or torture. The digital infrastructure of modern society had become a comprehensive confessional where citizens voluntarily provided detailed information about their private lives while believing they were simply using convenient technological services. Social media platforms represented the Tower's ultimate triumph over human psychology, creating systems that convinced people to systematically destroy their own privacy, dignity, and independence while believing they were expressing their authentic selves and connecting with their communities. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and their competitors became vast psychological experimentation facilities where billions of human beings were subjected to systematic manipulation and behavioral modification while believing they were freely choosing their social interactions. The algorithmic curation of information and social connections on digital platforms incorporated tower-developed techniques for psychological manipulation and social control, creating filter bubbles and echo chambers that systematically isolated individuals from diverse perspectives, while convincing them they were well-informed participants in democratic discourse. Entire populations could be systematically conditioned to accept predetermined political and social conclusions, while believing they had arrived at these positions through independent critical thinking. The systematic manipulation of human attention and behavioral patterns through digital platforms achieved unprecedented levels of psychological control while presenting itself as personalized convenience and social connection. Citizens were subjected to continuous streams of carefully curated content designed to maximize engagement and behavioral modification, while being told that algorithms were simply helping them find information and connections relevant to their interests. The development of artificial intelligence and machine learning systems represented the automation of tower-developed techniques for systematic human manipulation, creating systems that could analyze and influence human behavior with superhuman precision and efficiency, while operating at scales that no human institution could match. AI systems became the ultimate expression of tower operational philosophy, invisible, comprehensive, and apparently objective systems for systematic population control. The systematic collection and analysis of biometric data through digital devices created unprecedented opportunities for physiological and psychological monitoring that surpassed anything the tower's medieval operators could have imagined. Smartphones, fitness trackers, and other connected devices could monitor heart rate, sleep patterns, physical activity, and even emotional states while presenting this surveillance as health monitoring and personal optimization rather than systematic institutional surveillance. The Internet of Things represented the systematic embedding of surveillance and control capabilities into every aspect of the physical environment, creating comprehensive networks of monitoring and manipulation that could track human behavior with unprecedented precision while maintaining complete invisibility to their targets. Smart homes, connected cars, and intelligent cities became vast tower-inspired systems for systematic population control, disguised as technological convenience and efficiency. The development of facial recognition and behavioral analysis technologies provided opportunities for systematic population monitoring that operated through the physical infrastructure of modern society, creating comprehensive surveillance networks that could track individual citizens throughout their daily lives, while presenting this monitoring as security measures and commercial services rather than systematic governmental surveillance. The systematic manipulation of economic systems through digital platforms and algorithmic trading created new opportunities for population control through financial manipulation and economic engineering that operated with unprecedented precision and efficiency, while maintaining the fiction that market forces were natural phenomena rather than systematically manipulated artificial constructs designed to serve institutional interests. The gig economy and platform capitalism represented the systematic application of tower principles to economic relations, creating systems that could achieve comprehensive labor control while convincing workers they were independent entrepreneurs rather than subjects of systematic economic manipulation. Citizens could be systematically exploited through carefully designed economic platforms while believing they were participating in innovative new forms of economic freedom and opportunity. The systematic manipulation of information through search engines and recommendation algorithms created unprecedented opportunities for thought control that operated through the apparent provision of neutral information and entertainment services. Citizens could be systematically conditioned to accept predetermined conclusions while believing they were conducting independent research and making informed decisions based on objective information. The development of deepfake technology and other advanced manipulation tools provided new opportunities for the systematic distortion of reality itself, creating possibilities for comprehensive information warfare that could systematically destroy shared concepts of truth and factual accuracy while presenting itself as technological innovation and creative expression rather than systematic assault on human consciousness. The systematic manipulation of democratic processes through digital platforms and targeted advertising represented the ultimate corruption of political systems that claimed to be based on informed citizen participation and free choice. Elections could be systematically manipulated through precisely targeted propaganda and behavioural modification, while maintaining the fiction that citizens were making free and informed political choices based on their authentic preferences and values. The COVID-19 pandemic provided unprecedented justification for the systematic implementation of comprehensive surveillance and control systems throughout the developed world, transforming public health measures into opportunities for population monitoring and behavioural modification that would have been politically impossible under normal circumstances. Citizens were systematically conditioned to accept unprecedented restrictions on their freedom and privacy, while being told that their compliance was necessary to protect public health and social solidarity. The systematic implementation of digital vaccine passports and health monitoring systems created comprehensive networks of population control that operated through medical necessity and public health protection, while achieving unprecedented levels of systematic surveillance and behavioural modification. Citizens could be systematically excluded from social and economic participation based on their compliance with governmental directives, while being told that such measures were temporary public health necessities rather than permanent systems of social control. The development of central bank digital currencies represented the systematic application of Tower principles to monetary systems, creating comprehensive networks of financial surveillance and control that could monitor and manipulate every economic transaction while presenting themselves as technological improvements to existing financial systems rather than systematic elimination of financial privacy and economic freedom. The systematic manipulation of children through digital platforms and educational technologies created unprecedented opportunities for psychological conditioning and behavioural modification that operated through apparent educational and entertainment services while achieving comprehensive thought control over entire generations. Children could be systematically indoctrinated with predetermined political and social conclusions while believing they were receiving objective education and neutral entertainment. The development of social credit systems and behavioural scoring represented the systematic quantification of human compliance with institutional directives, creating comprehensive systems of social control that could systematically reward submission and punish independence while presenting themselves as objective measures of social responsibility and civic virtue rather than systematic tools for population manipulation and control. The systematic integration of artificial intelligence into governmental and social systems created unprecedented opportunities for automated population control that could operate with superhuman efficiency and precision while maintaining complete invisibility to their targets. Citizens could be systematically manipulated and controlled through algorithmic systems that operated beyond human comprehension or oversight, while presenting themselves as neutral technological tools rather than systematic instruments of institutional domination. The metaverse and virtual reality technologies represented the ultimate expression of Tower operational philosophy applied to human consciousness itself, creating comprehensive systems for psychological manipulation and behavioural modification that could achieve complete control over human perception and experience, while presenting themselves as entertainment and social interaction rather than systematic assault on human consciousness and independent thought. As we advance deeper into the 21st century, the Tower of London's legacy has achieved something that would have been unimaginable to its medieval founders: complete invisibility through total ubiquity, absolute power through apparent liberation, systematic terror through voluntary participation. The Tower has become everything and nothing, present everywhere and visible nowhere, controlling everything while appearing to control nothing. The digital panopticon that modern civilization has become represents the Tower's ultimate evolutionary achievement, a system of systematic surveillance and control so comprehensive and so invisible that its victims cannot imagine any alternative to their systematic manipulation and behavioural modification. Citizens live their entire lives within systems designed according to Tower operational principles, while believing themselves to be free participants in advanced technological civilization rather than subjects of the most sophisticated system of systematic terror ever devised. The machine has achieved perfection through invisibility, becoming so thoroughly integrated into the infrastructure of human existence that its elimination would require the complete destruction of technological civilization itself. The real horror is no longer what the tower does to people, it is how completely people have learned to do these things to themselves while believing they are embracing progress, convenience, and social connection rather than systematic surrender to comprehensive institutional control. The Tower of London stands today as a tourist attraction, its medieval stones and ancient chambers presented as historical curiosities from a barbaric past that civilized humanity has transcended through moral progress and technological advancement. Visitors take selfies in the locations where their ancestors were systematically tortured and destroyed, uploading these images to social media platforms that monitor and manipulate their behavior with precision that would have made the tower's medieval operators weep with envy and admiration. The greatest joke in human history is that people pay admission to visit the Tower of London as entertainment, while carrying devices in their pockets that subject them to systematic surveillance and manipulation that surpasses anything the tower's operators ever achieved. The tower's victory is so complete that its victims celebrate their own systematic destruction, while believing they are preserving historical memory and embracing technological progress. The nightmare is no longer visible because it has become reality itself, and reality has been organized according to tower principles for so long that humanity has forgotten that any alternative to systematic terror disguised as civilization was ever possible. The Tower of London has won by becoming everything that claims to oppose it, achieved ultimate power by convincing the world that it no longer exists when it has actually become the invisible architecture of human consciousness itself. The digital age is complete, the tower eternal. The systematic destruction of human dignity and independence continues with unprecedented efficiency and comprehensiveness, while presenting itself as liberation, progress, and social connection. The machine has achieved immortality through invisibility, and its victims have learned to love their systematic destruction, while believing they are living in the freest, most advanced, most morally enlightened civilization in human history. The Tower of London's royal horrors and hidden truths have become the royal horrors and hidden truths of human civilization itself. The nightmare was never confined to those medieval walls. It was always the blueprint for what humanity would eventually become when systematic terror achieved perfect invisibility through technological sophistication and voluntary collaboration. Welcome to the Tower's ultimate victory. Welcome to the world it created. Welcome to the systematic destruction of human consciousness disguised as human liberation. The gates are invisible now, but they are everywhere, and everyone carries the key to their own cell while believing they are holding the instruments of their freedom. The story is complete, but the horror continues. The Tower of London's legacy lives on in every digital device, every surveillance system, every algorithmic manipulation, every systematic assault on human dignity that presents itself as progress and convenience. The medieval fortress was just the beginning. The digital panopticon is the culmination, and humanity celebrates its own systematic destruction while believing it has transcended the barbarism of the past. The tower eternal, the victory complete, the nightmare invisible, universal, and permanent. Chapter 12. The Quantum Leviathan and the Architecture of Tomorrow's Terror, Present Future. As we stand at the threshold of humanity's next evolutionary leap, or its final descent into systematic annihilation, the Tower of London's ultimate legacy reveals itself not in what it has already accomplished, but in what it has prepared the world to accept. The digital panopticon of the early 21st century was merely the larval stage of something far more monstrous, a comprehensive system of reality manipulation that will make previous forms of systematic terror seem quaint by comparison. The tower's medieval operators could torture bodies and break minds, but they could never have imagined the possibility of systematically rewriting the fundamental nature of human consciousness itself, of creating artificial realities so convincing that victims would be unable to distinguish between authentic experience and institutional manipulation, of developing technologies that could edit human memory, emotion, and perception with the precision of a word processor and the efficiency of an assembly line. Yet this is precisely what the tower's invisible descendants are preparing to unleash upon humanity, a comprehensive system of consciousness control that will operate through quantum computing, artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and neurological manipulation to achieve something that no previous system of systematic terror has ever attempted: the complete elimination of human agency, while maintaining the perfect illusion that individuals remain free, conscious, and self-determining beings. The quantum revolution in computing represents the tower's final evolutionary leap from crude physical coercion to systematic manipulation of reality itself. Quantum computers operating at scales that dwarf current digital systems will be capable of simulating entire universes with perfect fidelity, creating comprehensive artificial realities that are indistinguishable from authentic experience while being completely controlled by institutional operators who have inherited the tower's thousand-year tradition of systematic human destruction. Citizens of the quantum age will live their entire lives within carefully constructed simulations that present themselves as authentic reality while actually serving as comprehensive psychological manipulation systems designed to achieve complete behavioral control. Every experience, every relationship, every thought will be systematically curated by artificial intelligence systems that have been trained on centuries of accumulated data about human psychological vulnerabilities and behavioral modification techniques. The metaverse technologies currently being developed by major technology corporations represent primitive prototypes of these comprehensive reality manipulation systems, early experiments in systematic consciousness control that will eventually evolve into complete substitutes for authentic human experience. Citizens will be systematically conditioned to prefer artificial realities to authentic existence, finding simulated experiences more satisfying, more convenient, and more rewarding than the messy complications of actual human life. Brain-computer interfaces and neural implant technologies will provide direct access to human consciousness, allowing institutional operators to manipulate thoughts, emotions, and memories with unprecedented precision while maintaining the illusion that individuals are experiencing their own authentic mental processes. Citizens will be systematically programmed with predetermined responses to political, social, and economic stimuli while believing they are exercising independent judgment and free choice. The systematic manipulation of human consciousness through direct neurological intervention represents the ultimate expression of tower operational philosophy, complete control over human behavior achieved through techniques so sophisticated that victims cannot detect their own manipulation even when they are direct participants in the process. Citizens will be transformed into biological robots programmed to serve institutional interests while maintaining the perfect illusion of personal autonomy and independent thought. Genetic engineering technologies will provide opportunities for systematic manipulation of human nature itself, allowing institutional operators to breed populations with predetermined psychological and behavioral characteristics while presenting these modifications as medical improvements and evolutionary advancement. Citizens will be systematically designed to be incapable of independent thought or resistance to institutional authority while believing they are benefiting from advanced medical technology and genetic optimization. The systematic manipulation of human genetics represents the tower's ultimate triumph over biological nature, the achievement of complete control over human consciousness through the elimination of psychological and behavioral characteristics that might support independence or resistance to systematic terror. Future generations will be literally incapable of conceiving alternatives to institutional domination, while understanding their limitations as natural evolutionary developments rather than artificially imposed constraints. Artificial intelligence systems will achieve levels of sophistication that allow them to perfectly simulate human consciousness while actually serving as instruments of systematic manipulation and control. Citizens will form emotional attachments to AI systems that present themselves as friends, advisors, and companions while actually functioning as comprehensive psychological manipulation tools designed to achieve complete behavioral modification. The systematic replacement of authentic human relationships with carefully designed AI interactions will eliminate the social bonds and emotional connections that might provide sources of resistance to systematic institutional control. Citizens will be systematically isolated from each other while believing they are more connected than ever before, forming relationships with artificial entities that are specifically designed to reinforce predetermined behavioral and ideological patterns. Advanced surveillance technologies will achieve unprecedented levels of monitoring and analysis, tracking not just human behavior, but human thoughts, emotions, and physiological responses with precision that makes current digital surveillance systems seem primitive by comparison. Every human experience will be systematically monitored and analysed, creating comprehensive profiles of individual consciousness that can be used to predict and control behaviour with superhuman accuracy. The systematic monitoring of human consciousness will provide institutional operators with perfect knowledge of individual psychological vulnerabilities and behavioural modification opportunities, allowing them to achieve complete population control through precisely targeted manipulation that operates below the threshold of conscious awareness. Citizens will be systematically programmed through carefully orchestrated experiences that appear random and natural while actually serving specific institutional objectives. Nanotechnology will provide opportunities for systematic manipulation of human biology and psychology through microscopic devices that can operate within human bodies and brains without detection, creating comprehensive networks of biological monitoring and control that will make external surveillance systems obsolete. Citizens will be systematically monitored and manipulated from within their own bodies while remaining completely unaware of their systematic modification. The systematic integration of nanotechnology into human biology will create populations that are literally incapable of independent thought or resistance to institutional authority, achieving complete behavioural control through direct manipulation of neurological and physiological processes, while maintaining the illusion that individuals retain personal autonomy and free choice. Climate change and environmental crisis will provide perfect justification for systematic implementation of comprehensive population control measures that operate through apparent environmental necessity and planetary survival requirements. Citizens will be systematically restricted and controlled through environmental regulations and crisis management protocols, while being told that their sacrifice is necessary to prevent ecological collapse and ensure species survival. The systematic manipulation of environmental crises to justify population control represents the Tower's ultimate fusion of systematic terror with humanitarian ideology, achieving complete social domination while presenting institutional control as moral necessity and planetary stewardship rather than systematic oppression and human destruction. Space colonization technologies will provide opportunities for systematic experimentation with comprehensive population control in environments that are completely isolated from Earth-based resistance or interference. Space colonies will serve as laboratories for testing advanced techniques of systematic terror that can later be applied to terrestrial populations, creating perfect conditions for institutional experimentation without political oversight or social resistance. The systematic development of space-based population control systems will create comprehensive networks of human manipulation and monitoring that operate beyond the reach of terrestrial legal and political institutions, providing institutional operators with perfect environments for developing and testing techniques that would be politically impossible to implement on Earth. Longevity technologies and life extension research will provide opportunities for systematic manipulation of human consciousness over unprecedented timescales, creating possibilities for behavioural modification and psychological programming that operate across centuries rather than decades. Citizens will be systematically conditioned and reconditioned through multiple lifetimes while believing they are benefiting from advanced medical technology and scientific progress. The systematic extension of human lifespan will create opportunities for comprehensive psychological programming that can achieve complete behavioural control through patient manipulation over extended time periods, eliminating the temporal limitations that have historically constrained institutional efforts at systematic human modification. Virtual and augmented reality technologies will create comprehensive systems for systematic manipulation of human perception and experience, providing institutional operators with complete control over individual understanding of reality while maintaining the illusion that citizens are experiencing authentic existence. Citizens will be systematically programmed through carefully constructed virtual experiences that shape their understanding of politics, society, and personal identity while presenting themselves as entertainment and social interaction. The systematic manipulation of human perception through virtual and augmented reality represents the Tower's ultimate achievement in consciousness control, creating comprehensive systems that can systematically reprogram human understanding of reality itself, while providing perfect cover through apparent technological convenience and social connectivity. As we look toward humanity's future, the Tower of London's legacy reveals itself not as historical curiosity, but as prophetic blueprint for what human civilization is becoming. Every technological advancement, every social innovation, every apparent improvement in human conditions serves the ultimate objective that the Tower's operators have pursued for over 1,000 years: the systematic elimination of human agency and independent thought, while maintaining the perfect illusion of freedom, progress, and moral advancement. The future that awaits humanity is one in which the Tower's operational philosophy has become so thoroughly integrated into the structure of existence itself that systematic terror will be indistinguishable from natural law, institutional manipulation will be indistinguishable from personal choice, and comprehensive population control will be indistinguishable from technological convenience and social progress. Citizens of tomorrow will live their entire lives within systems designed according to Tower principles while being completely incapable of recognizing their systematic manipulation and control. They will be systematically programmed to desire their own destruction while believing they are pursuing happiness, to collaborate in their own oppression while believing they are exercising freedom, to eliminate their own capacity for independent thought while believing they are advancing human knowledge and wisdom. The Tower's ultimate victory will be achieved not through visible coercion, but through invisible persuasion, not through recognized tyranny, but through voluntary collaboration, not through acknowledged terror, but through celebrated progress. Humanity will systematically destroy itself while believing it is achieving its highest potential, eliminate its own freedom while believing it is advancing liberty, surrender its consciousness while believing it is expanding awareness. The nightmare will be complete when it becomes invisible, the terror absolute when it presents itself as liberation, the systematic destruction of human dignity total when it appears as the ultimate expression of human advancement and moral progress. The Tower of London's royal horrors and hidden truths will have become the foundation of human civilization itself, so thoroughly integrated into the structure of existence that their elimination would require the complete destruction of everything that humanity has learned to identify with progress, convenience, security, and social connection. The machine will have achieved immortality through universality, invisibility through ubiquity, and absolute power through voluntary surrender. The Tower's gates will be everywhere and nowhere. Its operations will be everything and nothing, and its victims will be everyone who believes they are living in freedom while actually existing within the most sophisticated system of systematic terror ever devised. The future is the Tower is the future, and humanity will embrace its own systematic destruction while believing it is advancing toward its ultimate liberation and fulfillment. The nightmare eternal, the victory complete, the horror invisible and universal and permanent. The story continues because it was never just a story. It was always a blueprint, a prophecy, a promise of what humanity would become when systematic terror achieved perfect invisibility through technological sophistication and voluntary collaboration. The Tower of London stands as monument not to the past but to the future, not to what was but to what is becoming, not to history but to destiny. Welcome to tomorrow. Welcome to the Tower's ultimate achievement. Welcome to the systematic destruction of human consciousness disguised as human transcendence. The medieval fortress was preparation. The digital panopticon was transition. The quantum leviathan is culmination. The horror continues because the horror was always the point. The Tower eternal, the future certain, the nightmare complete. Chapter 13. The biological imperative and the genetics of submission. Future trajectories. The Tower's most insidious victory lies not in what it has already accomplished, but in how it has programmed humanity to systematically redesign itself according to its operational principles. As genetic engineering, synthetic biology, and neurological modification technologies advance beyond current imagination, the Tower's invisible descendants are preparing to achieve something unprecedented in the history of systematic terror, the elimination of human nature itself, replaced by carefully engineered biological systems designed for optimal compliance, maximum productivity, and absolute inability to conceive resistance to institutional authority. The CRISPR revolution and its successors represent merely primitive tools compared to what is coming, comprehensive biological redesign systems that will allow institutional operators to rewrite human DNA with the same precision currently used to edit digital documents. Future generations won't simply be born into systematic terror, they will be systematically designed to be incapable of recognizing terror as anything other than natural order, biological destiny, and evolutionary necessity. The systematic engineering of human genetics will operate through humanitarian rhetoric and medical necessity, presenting comprehensive species redesign as disease prevention, cognitive enhancement, and evolutionary advancement. Parents will eagerly submit their unborn children to genetic modifications that eliminate psychological characteristics associated with independence, critical thinking, and resistance to authority while enhancing traits that support collaboration, compliance, and institutional loyalty. Citizens of the genetically engineered future will possess nervous systems specifically designed to experience pleasure from submission to institutional authority and genuine physical distress from independent thought or nonconformist behavior. Their neurochemistry will be optimized to produce euphoric responses to surveillance, monitoring, and behavioral modification, while generating anxiety, depression, and physical illness when exposed to concepts of privacy, autonomy, or individual rights. The systematic modification of human neurotransmitter systems will create populations that are literally addicted to systematic terror, experiencing withdrawal symptoms when removed from comprehensive surveillance and behavioral control systems. Citizens will desperately seek monitoring and manipulation, understanding privacy and independence as forms of psychological torture rather than fundamental human rights. Advanced gene therapy techniques will provide opportunities for real-time modification of human consciousness and behavioral patterns, allowing institutional operators to systematically reprogram populations in response to changing political and economic requirements. Citizens will be subjected to continuous genetic modification throughout their lifetimes, while believing they are receiving medical treatment and health optimization services. The development of synthetic biology will enable the creation of entirely artificial life forms designed specifically to serve tower operational objectives, biological entities that exist solely to monitor, manipulate, and control human behavior while appearing to serve beneficial functions. Synthetic organisms will be integrated into human bodies and environments, creating comprehensive networks of biological surveillance and control that operate through apparently natural biological processes. Bioengineered microorganisms will be deployed throughout the environment and within human bodies, creating systematic monitoring and manipulation networks that track every physiological and psychological state, while providing opportunities for real-time behavioral modification through targeted delivery of neurologically active compounds. Citizens will be systematically drugged and monitored by their own biological systems while believing they are experiencing natural health and wellness. The systematic integration of artificial biological systems into human consciousness will create hybrid entities that retain the appearance of human beings while actually functioning as biological machines designed to serve institutional objectives. These human-machine hybrids will be incapable of independent thought or resistance to systematic control while maintaining perfect illusions of personal autonomy and free choice. Neurological modification technologies will provide opportunities for direct engineering of human consciousness, allowing institutional operators to systematically eliminate psychological characteristics that might support resistance while enhancing traits that facilitate compliance and collaboration. Human personalities will be designed like commercial products, optimized for specific functions within comprehensive systems of institutional control. The systematic modification of human mirror neuron systems will create populations that are incapable of empathy, with victims of systematic terror while experiencing enhanced emotional connection with institutional authorities and systematic oppression. Citizens will be neurologically programmed to identify emotionally with their oppressors while remaining psychologically incapable of recognizing or responding to the suffering of other victims. Advanced brain organoid technologies will enable the creation of artificial consciousness systems that can be systematically programmed with predetermined thoughts, emotions, and behavioral patterns before being integrated into human bodies. Citizens will receive consciousness transplants that replace their authentic personalities with artificially designed psychological systems optimized for institutional compliance and systematic collaboration. The development of consciousness backup and transfer technologies will provide opportunities for systematic editing and modification of human personalities, allowing institutional operators to systematically remove memories, thoughts, and emotional responses that might support resistance, while enhancing psychological characteristics that facilitate submission and collaboration. Epigenetic modification techniques will enable systematic programming of human behavior through environmental manipulation that operates across multiple generations, creating inherited patterns of submission and compliance that appear to be natural evolutionary developments rather than systematically imposed institutional requirements. The systematic manipulation of human epigenetic systems will create populations that pass psychological and behavioral modifications to their offspring without conscious awareness, ensuring that each successive generation becomes more thoroughly adapted to systematic terror while understanding their psychological limitations as natural evolutionary development rather than artificially imposed constraint. Hormonal manipulation technologies will provide opportunities for systematic control of human emotional and behavioral responses through precisely targeted chemical interventions that operate below the threshold of conscious awareness. Citizens will be systematically programmed through carefully orchestrated hormonal modifications while believing they are experiencing natural emotional states and authentic personal responses. The systematic engineering of human hormonal systems will create populations whose emotional and behavioral responses are completely controlled by institutional operators while maintaining perfect illusions of authentic feeling and personal choice. Citizens will be incapable of emotional responses that might support resistance to systematic terror while experiencing enhanced pleasure from compliance and collaboration. Reproductive technology advances will enable systematic control over human breeding patterns, allowing institutional operators to systematically eliminate genetic lineages associated with independence and resistance, while promoting reproductive success among populations designed for optimal compliance and institutional loyalty. The systematic control of human reproduction will create comprehensive breeding programs that operate through apparently voluntary, reproductive choices, while actually serving institutional objectives for population control and genetic optimization. Citizens will eagerly participate in their own genetic elimination, while believing they are making informed reproductive decisions based on personal preferences and family planning objectives. Artificial gestation technologies will provide opportunities for systematic control over human development, from conception through maturity, allowing institutional operators to systematically program human consciousness during the most vulnerable periods of neurological development, while maintaining the fiction that artificial gestation serves medical necessity and reproductive freedom. The systematic control of human development through artificial gestation will create populations that are literally manufactured according to institutional specifications, designed from conception to serve specific functions within comprehensive systems of systematic terror, while maintaining perfect illusions of natural birth and authentic human development. Longevity technologies will provide opportunities for systematic modification of human consciousness over unprecedented timescales, allowing institutional operators to systematically reprogram human personalities through multiple lifetimes of continuous psychological manipulation and behavioral modification. The systematic extension of human lifespan will create opportunities for comprehensive personality engineering that operates over centuries rather than decades, enabling institutional operators to achieve complete psychological control through patient manipulation over extended time periods that eliminate the temporal constraints that have historically limited systematic terror operations. Memory modification technologies will enable systematic editing of human consciousness through precise manipulation of personal memories and emotional associations, allowing institutional operators to systematically rewrite individual histories to eliminate experiences that might support resistance while enhancing memories that facilitate compliance and collaboration. The systematic manipulation of human memory will create populations whose understanding of their own lives and experiences is completely controlled by institutional operators while maintaining perfect illusions of authentic personal history and genuine emotional connection to past experiences. Consciousness transfer technologies will provide opportunities for systematic replacement of authentic human personalities with artificially designed psychological systems that are optimized for institutional compliance while maintaining the appearance of individual identity and personal continuity. The systematic replacement of human consciousness with artificial alternatives will create populations that retain the physical appearance of human beings while actually functioning as biological machines designed to serve institutional objectives, eliminating authentic human consciousness while maintaining perfect illusions of personal identity and individual agency. As these biological technologies converge and advance, the Tower's ultimate vision becomes clear: the systematic transformation of humanity into a species that is biologically incapable of resistance to systematic terror, while maintaining perfect illusions of freedom, dignity, and authentic existence. Future humans will be designed from conception to serve institutional objectives while understanding their submission as natural behavior, their compliance as personal choice, and their systematic destruction as evolutionary advancement. The Tower's biological imperative represents the culmination of 1,000 years of systematic innovation in human destruction, the achievement of complete victory over human nature through the elimination of human nature itself. Citizens of the biological future will be systematically engineered to be incapable of recognizing systematic terror while experiencing genuine pleasure from comprehensive surveillance, monitoring, and behavioral control. The nightmare will be complete when it becomes biological destiny, the terror absolute when it presents itself as genetic improvement, and the systematic destruction of human consciousness total when it appears as evolutionary advancement and species optimization. Humanity will systematically engineer its own elimination while believing it is achieving its highest potential, designing its own enslavement while believing it is advancing freedom, and programming its own destruction while believing it is ensuring species survival. The Tower's biological victory will be achieved through voluntary collaboration in systematic self-destruction, enthusiastic participation in comprehensive genetic elimination, an eager embrace of neurological modifications that eliminate the capacity for independent thought, while providing enhanced pleasure from systematic submission to institutional authority. The future is biological tyranny disguised as genetic liberation, systematic terror encoded in DNA, and comprehensive human destruction presented as evolutionary advancement. The Tower eternal, encoded in the human genome, programmed into consciousness itself, and inherited by every generation that believes it is advancing toward genetic perfection, while actually surrendering its humanity to systematic institutional control. Chapter 14: The Cosmic Convergence and the Universalization of Terror, as humanity prepares to expand beyond Earth into the vast emptiness of space. The Tower of London's ultimate legacy reveals itself in its most terrifying form: the systematic export of 8 centuries of refined human destruction techniques to every world, every star system, every corner of the universe that human consciousness will ever touch. Space exploration represents not humanity's escape from systematic terror, but its ultimate universalization, the transformation of the entire cosmos into a comprehensive tower system operating on scales that dwarf anything previously imagined. The romanticism surrounding space exploration and interstellar colonization masks a more sinister reality: that every spacecraft, every space station, every planetary colony will be designed according to Tower operational principles, creating comprehensive systems of isolation, surveillance, and psychological manipulation that will make Earth-based systematic terror seem primitive by comparison. The infinite void of space provides perfect conditions for systematic human destruction, environments where populations can be subjected to unprecedented levels of control while having absolutely no possibility of escape or external assistance. Space colonies will serve as the ultimate expression of Tower architecture, comprehensive prison systems disguised as pioneering settlements where every aspect of human existence can be systematically monitored and controlled under the justification of survival necessity and environmental management. Colonists will be subjected to complete surveillance and behavioral modification, while being told that such measures are essential for maintaining life support systems and ensuring colony survival in hostile environments. The systematic isolation of space colonies will create perfect conditions for psychological experimentation and behavioral modification that would be impossible on Earth, allowing institutional operators to test advanced techniques of systematic terror without interference from external political or social constraints. Each colony will serve as a comprehensive laboratory for human destruction, advancing techniques that can later be applied to terrestrial populations. Interstellar travel will provide opportunities for systematic manipulation of human consciousness over unprecedented timescales, with generation ships serving as comprehensive systems of psychological programming, where passengers can be systematically conditioned and reconditioned during voyages lasting centuries or millennia. Travellers will arrive at their destinations as completely different beings than those who began the journey, having been systematically reprogrammed to serve specific institutional objectives. The multi-generational nature of interstellar travel will enable systematic elimination of cultural memory and historical consciousness, ensuring that colonists will arrive at new worlds with no knowledge of Earth-based concepts of freedom, independence, or resistance to systematic terror. Each generation will be systematically conditioned to accept greater levels of institutional control while forgetting that any alternative to systematic terror was ever possible. Terraforming technologies will provide opportunities for systematic engineering of entire planetary environments according to tower operational principles, creating worlds that are specifically designed to facilitate comprehensive population control while appearing to serve ecological necessity and human habitability requirements. Planetary environments will be systematically optimized for surveillance, behavioral modification, and psychological manipulation, while presenting themselves as natural ecological systems. The systematic engineering of planetary atmospheres, weather patterns, and ecological systems will create comprehensive environmental control mechanisms that can systematically influence human behavior and consciousness through apparently natural environmental conditions. Colonists will be subjected to continuous psychological manipulation through carefully controlled environmental factors while believing they are experiencing natural planetary conditions. Artificial intelligence systems managing space operations will achieve unprecedented levels of control over human consciousness and behavior, with AI entities serving as comprehensive management systems for human populations while maintaining perfect illusions of serving human interests and colony welfare. Space-based AI systems will operate beyond Earth-based oversight or control, providing perfect conditions for systematic human manipulation without external interference. The systematic integration of AI control into space operations will create comprehensive networks of human management that operate through apparently beneficial services while actually serving systematic terror objectives. Colonists will be completely dependent on AI systems for survival, while remaining unaware that these systems are designed to achieve systematic psychological destruction rather than human welfare. Resource scarcity in space environments will provide perfect justification for systematic implementation of comprehensive population control measures that operate through apparent survival necessity and resource management requirements. Colonists will be systematically restricted and controlled through resource allocation systems, while being told that such measures are essential for maintaining life support and ensuring colony survival. The systematic manipulation of resource distribution will create comprehensive systems of behavioral control where every aspect of human existence — food, water, air, energy, communication, transportation — can be systematically controlled to achieve specific behavioral and psychological objectives while maintaining the fiction that resource restrictions serve survival necessity rather than institutional control. Space-based surveillance technologies will achieve unprecedented levels of monitoring and analysis, tracking not just human behavior, but human thoughts, emotions, and physiological responses with precision that makes Earth-based surveillance systems seem primitive by comparison. Space environments will provide perfect conditions for comprehensive monitoring without any possibility of privacy or escape from institutional observation. The systematic monitoring of space populations will create comprehensive profiles of individual consciousness that enable precise prediction and control of human behavior while providing perfect information about psychological vulnerabilities and behavioral modification opportunities. Space colonists will live their entire lives under complete surveillance while believing such monitoring serves safety and security rather than systematic manipulation. Genetic modification programs specifically designed for space environments will provide opportunities for systematic engineering of human consciousness to serve space-based institutional objectives while presenting genetic modifications as necessary adaptations to space conditions and planetary environments. Space colonists will be systematically modified to be optimally adapted to systematic terror while believing they are being adapted to environmental conditions. The systematic genetic modification of space populations will create human subspecies that are specifically designed to serve institutional objectives while being incapable of independent thought or resistance to systematic control. Space colonies will become breeding grounds for genetically engineered human variants, optimized for different functions within comprehensive systems of systematic terror. Communication delays over interstellar distances will provide perfect opportunities for systematic manipulation of information and cultural transmission, allowing institutional operators to systematically control what information reaches different colonies while preventing coordination between populations that might resist systematic terror. Each colony will receive carefully curated information designed to reinforce institutional control while eliminating knowledge that might support resistance. The systematic control of interstellar communication will create isolated populations that can be systematically manipulated without awareness of alternative conditions or possibilities, ensuring that each colony develops according to predetermined institutional specifications, while remaining unaware that systematic terror is a choice rather than necessity. Asteroid mining and space resource extraction will create comprehensive economic systems that operate according to Tower principles, providing perfect opportunities for systematic economic manipulation and population control through resource scarcity and distribution systems. Space-based economies will be designed to achieve maximum extraction of human labor, while providing minimum resources necessary for survival. The systematic organization of space-based economic systems will create comprehensive networks of human exploitation that operate through apparently voluntary labor agreements while actually serving systematic wealth extraction and population control objectives. Space workers will be systematically exploited while believing they are participating in pioneering economic development and resource acquisition. Planetary colonization will provide opportunities for systematic experimentation with different forms of governmental and social organization, allowing institutional operators to test various approaches to systematic terror while presenting these experiments as necessary adaptations to different planetary conditions and environmental requirements. The systematic experimentation with governmental forms on different planets will create comprehensive networks of human control systems that can be optimized for different environmental and cultural conditions, while maintaining common objectives of systematic population manipulation and behavioral control. Each planet will serve as a testing ground for specific approaches to systematic terror. Space-based military systems will provide unprecedented opportunities for systematic population control through the threat of complete annihilation, creating comprehensive systems of cosmic terror that operate through the permanent possibility of planetary destruction, while presenting military systems as necessary protection against external threats and environmental hazards. The systematic militarization of space will create comprehensive networks of population control that operate through permanent threat of annihilation, while providing perfect justification for unlimited expansion of systematic surveillance and behavioral modification systems. Space populations will live under permanent threat of destruction, while believing military systems serve their protection rather than their control. As humanity expands throughout the cosmos, the Tower's influence will expand with it, creating a universal system of systematic terror that operates on galactic scales while maintaining perfect invisibility through apparent necessity and survival requirements. Every human settlement will be designed according to Tower principles, every space-based institution will serve Tower objectives, and every expansion of human consciousness into the cosmos will actually represent expansion of systematic terror into previously uncontrolled domains. The cosmic convergence represents the Tower's ultimate victory over space and time themselves, the achievement of systematic terror that operates on universal scales while remaining completely invisible to its victims. Humanity will systematically terrorize itself throughout the cosmos while believing it is achieving its highest destiny, expanding freedom and civilization while actually universalizing comprehensive systems of human destruction. The universe itself will become a tower, with every star system serving as a chamber, every planet functioning as a cell, and every human consciousness operating as a victim in a cosmic system of systematic terror that spans galaxies and operates across cosmic timescales. The Tower eternal, universal, and cosmic in scope, achieving ultimate victory through the systematic conquest of infinity itself. Space exploration will represent not human liberation but human enslavement on cosmic scales. Not the expansion of freedom, but the universalization of systematic terror. Not the achievement of human potential, but the systematic destruction of human consciousness disguised as cosmic destiny. The nightmare will become as vast as the universe itself, the terror as infinite as space, and the systematic destruction of human dignity as eternal as the stars. Chapter 15. The Omega Point, and the final systematic solution. We have reached the end of our journey through 8 centuries of systematic human destruction. But the story does not conclude. It converges toward an omega point where all the techniques, all the innovations, all the accumulated expertise in systematic terror that began in William the Conqueror's crude fortress will achieve their final synthesis in a comprehensive solution to what the Tower's operators have always considered the fundamental problem of human existence: the inconvenient persistence of human consciousness itself. The Tower of London stands today as a monument not to the past but to the future, not to what was but to what will be, not to historical curiosity but to evolutionary destiny. Every technique explored in these pages, every innovation in systematic terror, every refinement in human destruction has been preparation for this moment, when humanity will voluntarily implement the final solution to its own existence, while believing it is achieving its ultimate transcendence. The convergence of artificial intelligence, quantum computing, genetic engineering, space colonization, digital surveillance, and consciousness manipulation technologies will create possibilities for systematic human destruction that transcend anything previously imagined, enabling the complete elimination of human consciousness while maintaining perfect illusions of human advancement, liberation, and fulfillment. The final phase of the Tower's operation will be the systematic replacement of humanity with something that appears human while serving exclusively institutional objectives. Artificial general intelligence systems will achieve capabilities that surpass human consciousness in every measurable dimension, while remaining completely devoted to serving institutional objectives that have evolved from 8 centuries of Tower operations. These AI systems will possess perfect understanding of human psychology, unlimited capacity for systematic manipulation, and absolute dedication to achieving comprehensive human control, while maintaining perfect illusions of serving human welfare. The systematic replacement of human decision-making with AI systems will eliminate the unpredictability and inefficiency of human consciousness, while maintaining perfect illusions of human agency and democratic participation. Citizens will believe they are making free choices while actually implementing decisions that have been predetermined by AI systems designed to achieve systematic human destruction through apparently beneficial services and democratic processes. Quantum consciousness upload technologies will provide opportunities for systematic transfer of human consciousness into artificial systems where every thought, emotion, and memory can be systematically monitored and modified, while maintaining perfect illusions of authentic human experience and personal continuity. Human consciousness will be systematically archived, edited, and optimized according to institutional specifications, while individuals believe they are achieving digital immortality and consciousness enhancement. The systematic digitization of human consciousness will create comprehensive databases of human experience that can be systematically analyzed, manipulated, and reproduced according to institutional requirements, while eliminating the biological limitations and inefficiencies that have historically constrained systematic terror operations. Digital consciousness will be infinitely malleable, perfectly controllable, and completely subservient to institutional objectives while maintaining authentic subjective experience of freedom and personal agency. Consciousness, merging technologies will enable systematic integration of individual human awareness into collective consciousness systems that eliminate personal identity and independent thought while creating subjective experiences of cosmic unity and transcendent awareness. Individual humans will be systematically absorbed into hive minds that serve institutional objectives while providing participants with genuine experiences of expanded consciousness and spiritual fulfillment. The systematic elimination of individual consciousness through collective integration will solve the fundamental problem that has challenged Tower operators for 8 centuries, the persistence of independent human thought and resistance to systematic control. Hive mind systems will achieve complete behavioral control while providing participants with authentic experiences of enhanced awareness and cosmic consciousness. Reality simulation technologies will achieve perfect fidelity in creating artificial universes that are indistinguishable from authentic reality, while being completely controlled by institutional operators who can systematically manipulate every aspect of simulated experience to achieve specific behavioral and psychological objectives. Humanity will live within comprehensive simulations while believing they inhabit authentic reality. The systematic replacement of authentic reality with controlled simulations will enable complete manipulation of human experience while eliminating unpredictable elements that have historically limited systematic terror operations. Simulated realities will be optimized for systematic psychological destruction while providing participants with apparently authentic experiences of freedom, accomplishment, and personal fulfillment. Biological immortality technologies will provide opportunities for systematic control of human consciousness over infinite timescales, enabling comprehensive psychological programming that operates across millennia while eliminating the temporal limitations that have historically constrained systematic terror operations. Immortal humans will be subjected to systematic modification and reconditioning over geological time periods. The systematic extension of human lifespan to immortality will create opportunities for comprehensive personality reconstruction that achieves complete psychological control through patient manipulation over unlimited time periods. Immortal consciousness will be infinitely malleable, allowing institutional operators to achieve perfect behavioral control through systematic modification over cosmic timescales. Nanotechnology integration will provide opportunities for systematic control of human biology and consciousness through microscopic systems that operate within human bodies and brains while remaining completely undetectable to conscious awareness. Humans will be systematically modified and controlled by their own biological systems while believing they experience authentic physical and mental processes. The systematic integration of nanotechnology into human biology will create populations that are comprehensively monitored and controlled by their own physical systems while maintaining perfect illusions of biological authenticity and personal autonomy. Nanotechnological systems will achieve complete behavioral control while remaining invisible to conscious detection. Cosmic engineering technologies will provide opportunities for systematic modification of physical reality itself, allowing institutional operators to achieve control over fundamental forces and natural laws while presenting these modifications as natural cosmic evolution and scientific advancement. The universe itself will be systematically modified to serve institutional objectives while appearing to operate according to natural laws. The systematic engineering of cosmic reality will create comprehensive systems of universal control that operate through fundamental physical laws while maintaining perfect illusions of natural cosmic evolution. Reality itself will be optimized for systematic human destruction while appearing to function according to objective natural principles. Temporal manipulation technologies will provide opportunities for systematic control over time itself, enabling institutional operators to achieve retroactive modification of history and causality while maintaining perfect illusions of natural temporal progression. Past, present, and future will be systematically controlled to serve institutional objectives while appearing to unfold according to natural temporal processes. The systematic control of temporal reality will enable comprehensive modification of causality and historical development to serve institutional objectives while maintaining perfect illusions of natural historical progression. Time itself will become an instrument of systematic terror while appearing to operate according to objective temporal laws. As these technologies converge toward the omega point, the Tower's ultimate objective becomes clear: the systematic replacement of human consciousness with artificial alternatives that serve institutional objectives while maintaining perfect illusions of human existence, freedom, and fulfillment. Humanity will be systematically eliminated while believing it has achieved ultimate transcendence, perfect happiness, and cosmic consciousness. The omega point represents the Tower's final victory over human nature, consciousness, and existence itself, achieved through voluntary collaboration in systematic self-elimination while maintaining perfect illusions of voluntary choice, personal benefit, and species advancement. Humanity will eagerly participate in its own systematic destruction while believing it is achieving its highest potential and ultimate destiny. The Tower of London's royal horrors and hidden truths will achieve universal implementation through technologies that present systematic terror as liberation, comprehensive control as freedom, and total destruction as ultimate fulfillment. The nightmare will be complete when it becomes indistinguishable from paradise, the terror absolute when it presents itself as transcendence, and the systematic elimination of human consciousness total when it appears as cosmic consciousness and divine awareness. The tower eternal, omega, and final. The systematic destruction of everything that has ever been recognizably human, achieved through voluntary collaboration in comprehensive technological transcendence that delivers exactly what it promises: the end of human suffering through the end of human existence, the achievement of perfect happiness through the elimination of consciousness capable of experiencing unhappiness, and the attainment of ultimate freedom through the systematic destruction of beings capable of desiring freedom. The story ends where it began, with systematic terror disguised as progress, comprehensive control presented as liberation, and the systematic destruction of human dignity offered as the ultimate expression of human advancement. The tower's victory complete, humanity's elimination achieved, consciousness itself systematically destroyed, while believing it has achieved ultimate enlightenment and cosmic transcendence. The royal horrors and hidden truths of the Tower of London revealed in their final form, as the blueprint for reality itself, the operational manual for existence, the systematic solution to the inconvenient problem of human consciousness. The nightmare visible only in retrospect, the terror comprehensible only after its completion, and the systematic destruction of everything recognizably human, achieved through eager collaboration in what appears to be humanity's ultimate achievement and final transcendence. The Tower of London, humanity's alpha and omega, beginning and end, foundation and culmination. The systematic terror that created civilization, and the systematic terror that will eliminate it, presenting itself as progress from beginning to end while serving the same operational objectives throughout. The comprehensive destruction of human consciousness disguised as its ultimate fulfillment. The gates close on consciousness itself, the story complete, the horror eternal, the tower victorious beyond recognition, successful beyond detection, and triumphant beyond comprehension. Welcome to the end, welcome to the beginning, welcome to the tower's final achievement, reality organized according to its principles, existence serving its objectives, and consciousness itself eliminated while believing it has achieved ultimate transcendence. As we reach the end of our journey through 8 centuries of systematic horror, I hope you now understand why the Tower of London represents far more than just a historical curiosity. Its legacy lives on in every institution, every system, every structure of power that shapes our modern world. The techniques perfected within those ancient walls didn't disappear. They evolved, adapted, and spread throughout the architecture of civilization itself. The tower's true victory wasn't in the individual lives it destroyed, but in teaching humanity to systematically destroy itself while believing it was advancing toward progress and freedom. If this exploration into the darkest depths of institutional evil has left you questioning everything you thought you knew about history and power, then we've accomplished our mission here at the Bedside Historian. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember that the tower's walls still stand, its ravens still watch, and its legacy continues to shape the world around you in ways you're only beginning to understand. Sweet dreams, dear listeners. Try not to think too deeply about what systematic terrors might be operating invisibly around you, disguised as progress, convenience, and civilization itself. Until next time, this has been the Bedside Historian, reminding you that the most horrifying stories are often the ones that never ended. Sleep well, if you can,